morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Stopping music at 1, 2, and 3. Abrupt stop. Hello, everyone, and good morning on this lovely Thursday. So much to go over today. Some things to keep in mind for today. I want to think about quality of life today. I want us to engage with a concept around the quality of our lives. What does it mean to have quality of life? I think that's going to be a really good theme to keep in mind through these videos that I've picked out for us today. A common question I get is, why doesn't your partner work? Why do you only work? I think that's a really common question that stems from a lot of different bubbles. But the best answer is that after weighing pros and cons, we realize that if my partner goes to work, our quality of life diminishes incredibly. Now, through a capitalistic lens, the belief is quality of life cannot diminish when there's more money. But I know, as somebody who's deconstructed capitalistic propaganda, that the quality of life can surely diminish when you are making more money. And so I think, it's difficult when you don't have money. You think like having money will save all your problems because you think your problems are paying rent. But once you can pay your rent, you know that, okay, our problems aren't just paying rent, right? And that relates to the philosophical, relationship with self in terms of your why, right? So when we have these conversations, I want you to think about the quality of life. How did two of you write more money, more problems? Very musically inclined audience here. So, when we're having these sort of conversations, I want you to decide for your life, what would bring a quality of life? Like, what would bring up your quality of life? What would make your life better? And by making your life better, how does that also help make the people around you have a better quality of life? Okay. As I've gotten better, people around me have gotten better because obviously, from an individual standpoint, my life is more improved. And from a community standpoint, I'm now a healthier part of the community. I think we forget that the reason that community mindsets scare conservatives is because conservatives are afraid that you're not going to pull your weight. Even though a lot of conservatives don't pull their weight, the dilemma is like, it's not about pulling your weight, but it is about not being a drain, but not in the capitalistic Republican way. Don't be a mooch. Don't take advantage of people. Don't be unethical, right? You have to make sure that you are doing your best within reason, not 100%. Nobody does 100%, but your best. And your best can look like whatever it looks like, but it has to be your best. It can't be, your best doesn't also include overexerting yourself. I think sometimes under capitalism, we think doing your best means overexerting yourself to the point of being unfunctional. And that would be sort of, what doesn't your partner work mantra. So the world will say, hey, what doesn't your partner also have a job? And I will say our quality of life will diminish. And they'll say, like, how is that possible if you have more money? Because they don't think about in all the ways that our life is impacted by going to work, working different shifts, leaving the house or commuting, going into industries where there's no passion or career focus. Money for money's sake is not very helpful. But for some people, they think it is, because for them, they just want more money. But again, I want you to remember that the more you improve your quality of life, you become a better participant in community. So don't take advantage of people. Don't misuse people, right? And do your best. Do your best, whatever that means. Show up and do the best you can do that day. And make sure you don't, deceive people about your best, right? Discord said, I've noticed a lot of people also don't value domestic labor. Well, and that comes from patriarchy, right? This idea that like men are inherently better because they work, but women are inherently important to the home because they can change diapers and clean up kitchens. But yet women aren't inherently as important because all that matters is money under capitalism. It's this like revolving door that's so toxic for everybody involved. But I just want you to decide, regardless of gender and regardless of anything else, what makes your unit, your life so much more better. And so individual becomes good community member. And this is defined by you, the person, right? Let's see. YouTube chat says a lot of the people's best is conditional and based on the I'm never going to be good enough mindset. Leads to too much burnout and self-doubt. Well, so much is so there's so much baggage with that idea of do your best. Like when people say like bring 100% in, like we had this great conversation in the VC the other day, philosophical conversation. And I think at the end of the day, I put 100% into my life. But since my job is in my life, I don't put 100% into my job. I don't put 100% into anything but my life. And my life encompasses all those things. But there's a primary belief that my life is more than the things in it. Same way that I am more than my thoughts or more than my actions, I think my life is more than the things I do with it. Is that kind of like translating, or is that a little bit different? I feel like it's a harder concept for people to grab who really are ingrained in sort of the Americanized capitalistic like bubble. But you are more than the things that you do. There's so much more. There's a moreness to it. You know, and that moreness can be very confusing. Actually, I was just watching, you guys know J-Reg and stuff. J-Reg has a horse, what is it called? Horseshoe Theory podcast. And I was watching it, and he was interviewing Turkey Tom, and Turkey Tom was saying that he, you know, at his height of streaming, he was making like $50K a month. But like he couldn't maintain it because it just didn't feel fulfilling. And he goes, I know a lot of people probably think that's crazy. Like it's $50K a month. Who cares? Maintain it. But that's the dilemma. I'm telling you and I'm warning you right now. I promise you the money is not the answer. Everyone thinks it's the answer. And they talked about how unhappy streamers seem and how miserable everybody looks and how like that's scarier than any amount of money that comes with the benefit. And I guarantee you, if I streamed 10 hours a day, every day, like a regular streamer, the quality of my life would diminish. My money would go up, but the quality of my life would diminish. And I am trying to maintain the quality of my life because it's really, really good. And that is by design. My life is so good. But if I overexert myself in order to make more money, everything else will suffer. And look, a lot of those streamers, everything else does suffer for them. They're not present parents. They don't have relationships. The stability of their friendships and mental health are absolutely in the toilet. So sure, they might be millionaires, but they have absolutely no real relationship with life, themselves, the people around them. And then they're always in constant drama because they don't actually know how to interact or have a relationship with people, right? So, you know, we have to really deconstruct ourselves in relation to the world and then deconstruct the world in relation to ourselves. It's both, right? Okay, now, do you guys know much about Miss Rachel? I actually don't know that much about Miss Rachel. And she was in the news recently because she was standing up for Palestinian children because, you know, she wants to stand up for children experiencing like great amounts of harm. And I want to talk about philanthropy from the male and female perspective using a very binary idea around it because these are binary people living in the binary world. And I want to talk about the differences I see in terms of how both of these two people, Miss Rachel and Mr. Beast, are arguing about adding to the quality of life of people. And I've noticed that there is sort of a gender divide in how they interact with these two things. So I want to show you, Miss Rachel has 15 million subscribers. Okay. Baby learning first words is her most topped viewed video at 1.3 billion with a B views. Okay. So obviously I don't have kids and I'm not a nanny anymore. So I don't really know much about Miss Rachel because like I'm not her demographic, but she's famous. Like she has numbers. The woman does numbers. Okay. So that's kind of cool. Like that's great. Love that. Like she's killing it with the views. Even recently, her latest videos, 4 months ago, 60 million views. 5 months ago, 100 million views. 41 million views, 154 million views. So this girl is, you know, she's hanging out with Sesame Street and all that stuff. Like she is a YouTuber who managed to be PBS on YouTube. Okay, she killed it. Now, you'll see here Mr. Beast. This is Mr. Beast's philanthropy. He has 27.9 million subscribers here. And notice that 1 month ago, his video had 5 million views and it's called Rescuing Child Slaves in Africa. Check out that thumbnail. You know, yeah, you know, well, okay. There's like something about the Mr. Beast of it all. You know what I mean? Like, but you know what I mean? There's just something about the Mr. Beast of it all that I feel like, is this the difference between how women raise money and men raise money in the binary sense? Like, I understand here we deconstruct gender, but like, what is this? Like, you know what I mean? Now, she, to be fair, does make content for little children, and he makes content for older little children. So her demographics are between like 3 and probably like 6, and his demographics are more like 10 to 15, all the way to older people who still watch him in their 20s and 30s, maybe, right? Okay. So now what I want to show you is 2 different videos of Miss Rachel that was in the news and how people are reacting to her in a way that I thought was kind of interesting. And of course, hearing from her as well. So watch this video here. This is CNN, and this was just 6 days ago. Look at how CNN is covering Miss Rachel.
Let's go back to sleep, Rahaf. We're so tired.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend, Rahaf. Miss Rachel is like YouTube's Mr. Rogers, with millions of subscribers and billions of views.
Can you nod yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the U.S.
Says we are heading to the U.S. to continue our treatment.
Miss Rachel saw a video of the little girl, now living with her mom and a host family in Missouri, watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and she was kind of hopping on the couch.
And arranged to have Rahaf come visit her in New York. Rahaf is part of a new group of fans Miss Rachel discovered last year, refugees of the war in Gaza.
I was tagged in a video of a toddler and a brother and a sister watching in a tent, and I saw the toddler swaying and the little girl smile, and I was just so touched that I could bring a little bit of joy to them during unimaginable circumstances.
Did you know that you had this audience?
No, I was completely surprised. Someone wrote, "This made me realize that these kids are like mine and like ours." And I know so many parents that enjoy our show feel the same way. They say, as a mom, I just think about, I see my babies. All children are worthy.
She's posted more and more about Gaza as the war has gone on, highlighting the humanitarian crisis and launching a fundraiser for kids. She's gotten supportive comments, but there's also been backlash.
The bullying is so bad. It's so bad. But I can handle this.
You seemed very emotional about the bullying that you said you'd gotten for speaking out.
The idea that caring for one group of children means that you don't care for another group of children is false, and it's so hurtful because I care so deeply for all kids.
In April, an advocacy group called Stop Anti-Semitism called her a mouthpiece for Hamas.
We're going to stop right there. A mouthpiece for Hamas. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that so interesting?
A group accused you of essentially acting as a foreign agent and asked, for the Attorney General to investigate you for spreading propaganda.
Obviously, that's not true. I care deeply about all children, Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, Christian. I wouldn't be Miss Rachel if I didn't speak up for them and speak up for all of them.
This is a prayer for all the children.
Miss Rachel has also used her platform to express grief over the deaths of Israeli children and said she's met with the family of hostages still in captivity.
Oh, she's keeping the walker with her.
Here in the U.S., Rahaf was fit for prosthetics and has learned how to walk again. A group called Palestinian Children's Relief Fund helped her and her mom get out. But her dad and 2 brothers are still in Gaza.
She said she's very lucky, of course, that they were able to leave. She said, but there are still other children in Gaza. And I wish those kids could get out and get the treatment like Rahaf. And many of the children are still under the rubble. I see how it affects my children.
مجرد ما يحكوا مع رهف ولا حتى يشوفوها إنه
How they talk to their sister Rahaf and how they see her holding bread and eating.
ماسكة خبزة ولا بتاكل.
I think we forget it's not just the kids who've died, it's the kids who live with their injuries and the families and the other siblings who have to see their family members. I think as a person who's like really, really, really connected to her siblings, and I feel like my siblings are really connected to me, it's hard to see your sibling go through pain. It's hard to see your family transformed through tragedy. Like, I'm very connected to my siblings. And, you know, when they're in pain, we're in pain. You know, it is one of those things.
بصيروا يسألوا فيها. طبعاً
They ask about it. And of course, this hurts me so much.
كتير بيوجعني.
Anything is possible for Rahaf, and she has healthy food, and she has clean water, and she has wonderful medical care. This girl is thriving. We have to do this for all kids because they all deserve that.
Little actress, bro. What a natural. She was killing. She was better than Miss Rachel just now. She was like, I know how to sing and dance and entertain. Okay, now, is it Zetio or Zetio? This interviewer interviews Miss Rachel kind of long form, and I just want us to watch a few minutes of it to get a vibe of Miss Rachel in interview form, because again, it's like so interesting the way that the world responds to how people do charity and raising money, and how Mr. Beast is sort of the sensationalized. I assume he's doing it for a tax write-off, more or less. And then how Miss Rachel seems to be doing it from her genuine just like value system. It doesn't seem to be like a tax write-off for her, though she will benefit from that, of course. You know, so I'm curious how this interview sounds, just to get a vibe of Miss Rachel, right? Just to give her also some, just to bring attention to the story. Chez says, did you see the teacher that got in trouble because she put a sign saying that everyone is welcome here because it was a political statement? I did see that there was issues with that teacher and they wanted her to take it down. And I think, is that the one who quit over it? Or is that a different one? Because there was a teacher who had to quit over it, basically. And that's what's crazy is like, I'm so tired. But this is, you know, we're in the bad era of our lives right now, guys.
Whether or not you have toddlers, by now chances are you've heard about Miss Rachel, the children's educator who's taken the world by storm with more than 14 million subscribers on YouTube.
And just remember, like, they reference Miss Rachel as being like Mr. Rogers. And if I'm not mistaken, and I think I'm pretty right on this, that Mr. Rogers was the first person on television to go into a swimming pool with a black gentleman. So the black man was on the TV show. I think he was a mailman or something. And it was like a hot day. And Mr. Rogers says, like, don't you want to play like the pool with me? Because at the time they had segregated pools. And it was a very, very big deal. So remember that people like Miss Rachel, like Mr. Rogers, they set the tone for cultural shifts. And their form of protest is, get this, humanizing other people. Okay, the reason Republican policy, the reason right policy has no way of being good or very dignified is because it's just dehumanizing in and of itself. Like, it is the policy that brought about deep segregation. It's the policy that continues to bring about this idea that women are born inferior, or that trans people are born groomers, or that, you know, it is Republicans who are screaming 13%, right? It's not. So we have to get away. Any group or a group of people, whether they're called centrists or Democrats or whoever you want to call them, that is saying things like, oh my God, we're experiencing black fatigue, and not in the good way, but in the bad way. Or, oh my gosh, we're experiencing just everyone is so gay now, or everyone's trans now. Like, all of this rhetoric is not good. All this rhetoric is a means to dehumanize. So anyone who speaks like this, like, ultimately, yeah, we're going to have a problem now. I didn't want to have a problem, but it looks like we're going to have a problem, right? And I know I referenced Turkey Tom earlier. I don't agree with Turkey Tom, right? When I watch people on the internet, I'm just trying to figure out where they're at mentally. I'm not a fan of him, but even he was like, colleges really are like this cesspool for communism. He was like, I can't believe Jordan Peterson was right, that I was in a college class or something and a professor was really trying to convince us communism was good. And it's not like, I'm not going to sit here and cheerlead communism. It's just the idea that we're not deconstructing our Western propaganda to ask ourselves, do I agree with communism or not? Not because does he know why he doesn't like it? Or is it just something he heard growing up? Right? And that's the question, is like, when I hear people talk and they tell you where they're from, they tell you what they've read. When you listen to people, they really do tell you where they're coming. So when people say like, I just feel like there's truth on both sides. What are the both sides? what does this even mean, both sides? Okay? So again, I'm not trying to sit here and say everyone has to believe what Britney believes, but I am going to sit here and tell you what I believe. And what I believe about people is that though they have good intentions, the road to hell is paved in those good intentions. And that should worry us. That should concern us. That should give us a moment of pause.
YouTube and billions of views worldwide, Miss Rachel has become a superstar in children's entertainment, teaching them everything from how to sound out syllables to learning more about their emotions. But Miss Rachel has not just garnered attention for her educational videos, she's become an outspoken advocate for children in Gaza who've been displaced, starved, injured, and killed in their thousands, more than 15,000 in Israel's offensive. After speaking out about the plight of Gaza's children, Miss Rachel has been thrust into the centre of some very unfair online controversy. And I'm delighted to say she joins me now. Rachel, thanks so much for joining us on the show. And I feel like I should introduce you as Rachel Accurso, your actual name.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful pronunciation.
I butcher everyone's names, so it's good. I'm just going to go with Miss Rachel, it's safe, I know. Before we get to Gaza, I've got to say, every parent who found out that I was interviewing you today, everyone I know, friends, family, who found out, Miss Rachel? I said, I'm interviewing Miss Rachel. They went crazy in a way that I've not seen people in my community, in my friends and family. I mean, I've interviewed Hollywood celebrities, world leaders.
This brand she has going on with this head thingy in her head, it's just so millennial coded. I'm shook.
When I said your name, I've not had a reaction like that. People are like, what, can I come? Can I be there? Can I see her? How have you become such a global phenomenon for kids and their parents in such a short space of time? Just last decade?
It was truly by accident, but I'm so privileged to be able to connect with so many little ones, and I just love my job. But we actually, when we started, we didn't know that so many kids watch YouTube.
Yeah.
I grew up with just regular TV, and we had like this thing where you turned it and you had like 3 channels. So I didn't know so many kids watched on YouTube, but I did know that I had trouble finding resources for my son, and he's such a visual learner. I thought that some of the things I was learning to help him would benefit other little ones. And I had him watch the show.
Like Miss Rachel's kind of like their Steve from Blue's Clues. You know what I'm saying? Like she is raising a whole generation. Kind of interesting. You know, very cool to see. And it's coming out of YouTube, which I just think is also another layer of this that's interesting.
You say by accident, so I think you went on YouTube in 2016, a YouTube channel. So were you thinking that, okay, this is the best way to get to other kids, YouTube is the way forward?
No, I didn't know that. I just thought maybe I'll help some kids. And
how did you want to help them?
It wasn't like an overnight success. Well, I knew that my son really benefited from a slower paced show. I used to make him his own show. And actually I would take he'd be watching a show he likes, and then I'd edit it and be like, it's mommy here to teach you something.
That's cute.
So anyway, I just knew that these methods I was learning to help him with a severe speech delay would benefit other kids, which are leaving space for them to answer.
Oh, okay. Chad has some lore. Says the mailman was named Mr. McFreely, and the IRL actor for the mailman was gay. And Mr. Rogers, being the religious man that he is, still accepted him despite him being gay. Mr. Rogers was truly an angel. Oh, cool.
And doing fill-ins like ready, set, go. That really helped him.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the
Guys, hit like, share, and subscribe to the stream.
bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com and
Zateo.
subscribe now. You'll be supporting
That's kind of a cool
fearless,
name.
independent journalism. You mentioned it wasn't an overnight success. Am I right in saying that the pandemic, the COVID, the lockdowns, that whole period, really, you just ramped up in that period? A lot of people came to find you in that moment.
Well, I think so. I think people were home, and I think speech therapy was virtual, and it was tough, and some people didn't have access to it. I have to give a shout out to my amazing husband, because he was off of Broadway for 18 months, I believe. So we lived in his parents' basement, and we had a lot of...
Basement is the best place to produce content.
It was bigger than our apartment. So yes, and somebody was like, I'd love to come to your television studio. And I was like, it's my in-laws' basement. But yeah, so he had a lot of time, and he jumped in. He jumps into all my projects, whether they're successful or when they weren't successful at all. We've always done that for each other. So he used to help me with tracks for teaching music in public school and put everything into it for those kids. And it just hasn't changed.
Over the years, I have seen some queer content creators attempt to make shows for children in this way, and they haven't quite been successful enough, and probably because it's really niche. But I've also noticed that they lack... I'm going to say this out loud and brainstorming with you out loud. This is a live stream. I didn't script this. I sometimes, and I include myself in this group of people, sometimes I think people that are weird don't know they're weird. but not because they're gay. Like there's plenty of normie gay people. But I think when you're weird, it's hard to recognize why you are naturally weirder than the regular, but also how that's going to impact you. So you either are the kind of weird that everybody wants to push to the top because you're so interesting that people want to know more about you, or you're weird in the sense that people feel disconnected from your work. And a lot of the queer people that I've seen who've attempted to make shows for children, they just don't make it in the way that is what works, right? And I feel like sometimes we do have to pay attention to like what works, even if it doesn't make sense to you, right? Even if it doesn't make sense to you. And I learn this every day. And I'm saying it because I want you to know, if you're thinking about becoming a creative or working in spaces, there's the kind of creatives that, again, are less worried about like appealing to a large audience or an audience enough to quote pay their bills, or in some way like they're not considering what's like going wrong. And I know it's really difficult to know what's wrong. Like something that is always hard for me is trying to figure out like, what am I doing wrong? Like, why are these other things working so well for other people and why isn't it working for me? And a big part of it is because I actually don't understand how normie people think. I actually literally don't get it because I see it as limiting and bad. I see it as like, I feel like I'm that meme you see, which scares me, which is like, you know I'm not smart enough, but I also feel like no one's having conversations like I'm having. So am I smart, or is the world just not interested, or am I like, I'm confused about, like, I was talking to a friend about this yesterday. When we talk about questions, we deep dive for hours. We're like, but then when we ask other people the question, they don't know what to say. And we're looking at them like, how are you successful when you don't know what you're talking about? And a big part of it is that there's like a disconnect between the brains. Like, guys, my podcast channel, it has like 14,000 views, I think, as of this morning. I'm gonna fucking pull out my hair. I'm so autistic. Like, I'm looking at it like, what? Oh, because FD Signifier said, make a third channel, make a second channel. He's like, put it on a different channel. And I'm like, that can't be the answer. Boom. I'm like, what is happening? Like, why does this work? I don't get it. Why does it work? I understand it from an algorithm perspective, but like, yeah, it's a different, people's brains are different. I can't, but I don't get it. Like, I don't have that intuition, because for me as a viewer, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. And so that's the thing. What that thing is, that's what I want people to be okay that you don't get intuitionally, but to look for people who are smarter than you and to trust their advice because they know what they're talking about. Obviously, FD knows what he's doing. Do you know what I mean? So like, okay, I just started listening, and I almost hate that it worked overnight, but I'm like, I can't believe this worked overnight. I'm fucking dead. Like, I'm just sitting here like, what? You know, again, so when you're thinking about this, just keep that in mind. Sometimes you don't got to get it to do it, girl. Yeah.
So
you were a school teacher at one point. Just for people who only know you from YouTube, what is your background? Have you always loved working with kids?
I have. So I started when I was 18. I was an assistant preschool teacher at a school for kids with disabilities, and they totally transformed me. I just loved it. I was like, just amazed that I could be excited to go into a job, and seeing their progress was so exciting. And it definitely,
you know, and it must be hard because I want to show you guys. Hold on, maybe I can show you Miss Rachel. Because imagine you have to be built for it, like, because not everybody is comfortable. Hold on, I definitely want to watch that, Miss. Okay, not everybody is made for this. This is the video that has the most views. Now imagine you went home and created this content. You know, you have to be very unique as a creative to be able to make this content. Like Steve from Blue's Clues. Just think about a grown man being like, Blue, did you eat my pie, Blue? And you're sitting there like, I could never do this job. But then Steve was our nostalgia. He was our childhood, right?
Mama. Hi. Hello. Can you say mama? Mama, Mama, let's sing it. Mama, let's clap it. Mama, let's sign it. Mama, good job.
Thank you, Miss Rachel. I tried. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure a lot of us would feel a little silly, but she's like out here. She's like, I'm a mom. Let's do it. I love that. 2 million likes on this video, PS. That's crazy, actually. But like, you gotta have something inside of you that goes like, yeah, I'm gonna make content for kids. Not about me, not about my ego, not secretly for adults. I mean, really for me. I mean, genuinely for the kids. Like, you are thinking about the kids. And I think that's what it is. I think a lot of adults who, quote, make content for kids, PragerU, they're purposely thinking about themselves. If you watch the content that PragerU does for kids or Christian content, you can tell what content is done. Because I watched a lot of really great Catholic cartoons growing up that I thought were so fun. Like VeggieTales is a great one. VeggieTales is obviously thinking about the kids and the young adults who are enjoying it. But I don't feel like it's in your face. Like, I don't think it's for the adults. But PragerU is so gross in how they make content. It's just so malicious in intent. It's so like, you want to talk about indoctrination? Like, PragerU is just so gross. Like, they're not thinking about the kids, you know? So it's just like, that's what I think I see the difference in like her versus like a PragerU.
My supervisor said, in a letter, you have a rare gift that I don't often see with kids. And I was like, oh, wow, like maybe I have a gift for this. And I knew that felt like a calling for me. So I found other jobs working with kids, and eventually I studied to become a certified music teacher. And then I got another master's in early childhood inspired by my little boy and the show, because I knew if I was going to be this teacher to
Miss Rachel.
in this crucial time, I wanted to have all the knowledge, early childhood knowledge I could.
You have 2 kids now.
Yes, I do.
That's awesome.
You
clearly
What's my world?
love kids, not just your own. It's obvious to anyone who's seen you online and now meeting you in person. You have 2 kids of your own. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children in Gaza, because of what's happening to the kids there?
I do think being a mother makes you put yourself in that situation. And I think my background in early childhood makes me think about that crucial brain development time of 0 to 3. So if you're being malnourished and you're seeing trauma and you're losing your family, that's a really crucial time of brain development. So I think about that. And then I think just empathy for all kids, which I've always had.
I know a lot of people, I've been covering the conflict professionally for 20 years. I've been following it since I was a teenager, something I've been interested in. But a lot of people I know came to the Middle East conflict, came to Gaza, Israel, after October 7th, seeing the horrors of what happened on October the 7th, and then seeing the horrors since. A lot of people came via Instagram, watching social media videos in their feeds of children under the rubble, missing limbs, kids mourning their parents, parents mourning their kids. And I'm just wondering, is it something you followed always, or did you also, like millions of other Americans, come to this via social media, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos in social media?
So I didn't know much before. And I was just horrified by October 7th. And then I just tried to listen and learn. And I still am doing that with friends and people. So I had been working with Save the Children prior. When the show became successful, I got an agent, and my agent was like, tell me about what you want to do. And I was like, I want to be connected to charities, and I want to do work helping children. So I got involved with Save the Children.
Great charity.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe now that I'm re-examining this, so I'm thinking, how do we improve the quality of life for ourselves and others? Going into the stream today, I'm thinking about the difference between how Mr. Beast does philanthropy and how Miss Rachel is giving back to the world. And maybe it's that we know Mr. Beast is a capitalist seeking money and capital. We know he is here to run successful businesses, and his charities are like secondary. And though I know a lot of people used to come for Mr. Beast about his charities, but there's a lot of really good reasons for that. Because often when capitalists try to be charitable, it's often it's like very selfish. You know, it's very specific. It's very different. Now, Chad says Miss Rachel is a capitalist. Is she like an entrepreneur? You know, she seems like an artist. Her husband did Broadway. They sound like artisty types, right? Like, it feels different than being a capitalist. Like, you can I mean, we're all capitalists under capitalism, but I mean, there's a difference between being an entrepreneur whose goal is to be a billionaire and being somebody who's like makes a business that makes money, right? So I feel like Miss Rachel sounds like more like an arty type. She has a master's degree in child education, like she said. She's educated in a lot of, so like she feels very different than that traditional whatever capitalist. Chad says she's building an empire. Sure, I can see that as a form of capital, like in a sense, definitely. I can see that perspective. I feel like there is still a difference though between like a Mr. Beast and like Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank and her version of it, right? I think you can build an empire and make money and somehow be sort of like more ethical than not. Look, none of us are ethical under no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? Oh, Chad says, did you see the chatter's previous messages, Britt? No, are they trolling? Did I miss it? Are they trolling? Am I engaging with a troll in good faith? My bad. Is that what happened? See their previous message? Why is she putting herself in the middle of Middle East politics? Stay in your lane. You're just a PBS host. Oh. Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't mean to engage with a troll. I'll go ahead and I'm going to put you on timeout. You can come back after you've learned your lesson, just like Miss Rachel would do. We're not going to ban you. Now say Brittany's your mommy. Say Brittany's your mommy. Okay.
And I was learning about, so I was learning from their team and their CEO about a lot of things going on with children here in the U.S., food insecurity. I was learning about the Congo. She had just come back from there and they asked me if I wanted to have a meeting with her and I wanted to learn about that. And I just asked like, what is a day like for kids there? And then she was in Gaza and she came back and they said, would you want to meet from her and hear what it's like for kids there? And I was like, definitely. So I heard from her and I knew she was there and she was describing what was happening firsthand. And then of course I did see the distressing, horrific images online. And of course, certain ones just stick in your head and you just think about your own children. And so silence wasn't a choice for me.
Dare I ask, is there an image that does stick in your head? I interviewed Gary Lineker, who's a very famous footballer in the UK, and not a political person. And he's been speaking out a lot and he's been criticized for it. And I remember interviewing him and he said, I just sit on my own sometimes watching videos. I sit and cry. And I thought, wow, this kind of footballer, somebody you see is it's very emotional. I just wonder, I know there are things I've seen that I want.
Is that the football player that's had to step down recently, or is that somebody else?
Be able to unsee
Not important.
In the last 18 months. I just wonder, was there one particular thing about a child? I don't know. I know you've posted about a lot of individual children,
definitely.
But before you started posting about children, reach out. I do want to come to some of the children you've connected with. But I'm interested in that moment in those few months after October 7th when our feeds were just crazy. I'm just wondering, as someone who's just an ordinary American, not Miss Rachel, the YouTube creator, was there something that just you stopped?
It was a father screaming at Rebel that he had stopped hearing his kids. He couldn't hear their voices anymore. Ooh, it shook me to my core. Like, we live in the United States. We live in a world where Elon gets on social media and says, my daughter is dead to me. Your daughter's alive. She's just trans. And then here is this father whose children are under the rubble. And he was talking to them through the rubble, hearing their voices, and they couldn't get the kids out on time. And the kids suffocated under the rubble. And the realization that hits him, that his kids are there, oof.
Stopped you in your tracks.
There are multiple that I can't forget. There was a little boy who was really shocked and he was shaking and his eyes were there was so much terror in his eyes, and a healthcare worker was being so compassionate, and you see that compassion, and he finally was able to cry because he was just so shocked he couldn't even cry. And then Hindra Job's voice on the phone.
Yes.
I'll never forget. And I know some people can't even listen because it's so hard, and I think that's so understandable, but as just, her voice and a little boy who was staring at the wall who had lost his whole family and just was staring. And then there was a child in like a rainbow onesie, and my daughter has a rainbow onesie, and I had to give it away because, you just see that and it just doesn't make any sense, because as grown-ups, we know what children need and what they deserve and what will help them grow into happy, healthy adults. And it will benefit us all. It's right to speak out because this is wrong, but it's also right to speak out because it's going to benefit everyone.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question. I had a friend of mine recently, I was talking to him, and he said his daughter got married and he was at the wedding, and he said, all I could think about at the wedding was we're all enjoying and having great food and what's happening in Gaza, you know, the way they're suffering. And I think about someone like yourself, and you know, I've had the same experience as my wife. We've all had, you know, we go to work, you come home, you think about all the stuff you've been covering. You work with kids. That's literally what you do. You entertain children. You make them laugh. You help them potty train. You see them at their most vulnerable.
I think for people who aren't there, for those of us who are just watching from our homes, which I think is important, I think I wonder, and I don't want to speak for my partner in this regard, but my partner has to see me like crying a lot, you know? And he'll be like, what did you do? And I'm like, I saw another video. And he's like, you got to stop watching those videos. And I was like, I can't stop watching them because like, that's all I can do. It feels like all I can do. And I think when October 7th first happened, we were only seeing the videos of Israelis, and it was devastating. And we were so angry on behalf of those Israelis who were slaughtered, right? Like it was just the same thing. Like, you got to stop watching those videos. And it's like, I can't, like, they're all over. And then I tried to step away from it and not watch it at all. And then I kind of went away I was like, I'm not engaging in this. And then now I'm engaging in it in a different way. But it's like, if there were still videos coming out of Israel, like, we would be engaging. But right now, Palestinians are the one being targeted, and they have been the only one in a realistic way being truly targeted in the way that they are being targeted. So it's like, I agree that I shouldn't watch the videos as a way to take away the suffering of the Palestinians. But I think it also makes us as a unit this is going to sound so strange, so much closer, because we are in agreement that the suffering of those innocent people is unjustified. This goes back to the Trump voter yesterday in yesterday's stream. You know, I couldn't look at my partner and if they were like heartless towards the Palestinians, like if they were heartless towards innocent suffering, I would think less of my partner. And I think that is kind of what's important for us, is like, even though, you know, we don't want to take the suffering away from the Palestinians, one of the ways we can utilize it is to get closer to the people in our lives, and also like learn where people are coming from, because like, it is real suffering. It is real suffering, you know? And I don't like to compare suffering, obviously, because all suffering is suffering, but it's an opportunity, I think, for real connection, something like that, you know? But I don't think you should do it. Like, I don't think, like Chat says, I have this weird internal conflict where I know watching the videos aren't good for my mental health, but I feel like I'm so privileged to be able to choose not to engage with it. It makes me so sad. I think you got to do it in balance and be reasonable. I have very strong feelings towards like sibling dynamics and stuff. And I'm very anime about it. So when I see like, you know, you remember those twin brothers that were separated for like 2 years? You know, when I hear about that, like separated from your siblings, like just being separated from my family on purpose, like being in Europe and they're in America is hard. I couldn't even imagine being separated during a war and you don't know if you're going to see them again. Like, you know, there is a part of that that's going to be impactful no matter what, right? You can radically accept it. You can be ready to accept it, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be difficult. Just like we watched the brother the other day who was a gymnast, and his brother died, I think twin brother died even. And yeah, like these are real stories happening to real people. So anyway, all of this to say that I think it's really important to watch the videos, but I don't think it's important to watch anything at the expense of your mental health. So you can't do it at the expense of your mental health. That makes no sense, because you're not going to be a good community member and your quality of life will diminish. Your quality of life is important here. Do you know what I mean? Your quality of life is important here. That's what's important. So you need to, and this is what the theme is today, give to your community, but not at the expense of yourself. Give to yourself, but not at the expense of your community. Okay, so balance. Chat says you're going to take weeks off when your sister visits you. Okay, first of all, girl, can't afford to take weeks off. So first of all, I literally can't afford it, and nobody can. I don't know any American on average who can afford to take weeks off, but I will be taking a week off. I'll be taking a week and a half off while my sister's here, but I've been doubly working. So, because I can't afford to actually take a week off. Like Dr. K says, no one actually affords to take a week off. We either earn the time off or we work double shifts until we can take the week off. So I've been working double shifts. I am not sleeping, but I am making great content for you. And while I am away, you will have a video every day. So I am not sleeping, but I am making great content for you. Okay?
And you're doing that on YouTube. And then at the
Oh, no. Chet says I was wondering why streams were extra long. Nope, those are not part of the double shift. Those streams have nothing to do with the double shift. I mean, after stream and before stream, I'm recording, editing, creating on my days off. All my streams are just normal. This is me streaming is nothing has been double. Everything's just been normal. Like, I don't have a time I stream. I just stream as long as I want to. So like, I'm not, none of the stream has anything to do with what I'm doing after stream. I know. Look at me go. What can I say, girls? Like the stream.
same time, you're speaking out and sharing videos and talking about, I think you wished, I saw a post of yours recently where you actually, it would have been Hind Rajab's birthday. You're doing that at the same time. I'm just wondering how you're doing both.
You know, it's not easy, but I always think about what's going on over there, and then it becomes just something you have to do. As a teacher, you care about all kids. And I think so many years of teaching, you just see them all as so similar. They all love to laugh and they love to learn and they love to play, and they deserve to play. And they have human rights. And so you see them as so similar.
You mentioned Hind Rajab, which is one of the most shocking stories of the last 18 months. But you haven't just posted about Hind Rajab. I believe you've been in contact with her mum.
Her mom messaged me. It's crazy that with Instagram, people can message you. And so
I think that's how we first connected.
yes. And I was
Instagram is the new LinkedIn. Instagram is the new LinkedIn. Accounts with no one following them could possibly be producers of shows. Very important people, could be the next person to give you a job. Look at your Instagram DMs. Lots of people have slid into my DMs. And I'm like, oh shit. So, DMs are the new LinkedIn.
was delighted. It's crazy how on Instagram you can connect with moms and actually little kids.
Oh, and chat says they say the best way to know if you have a concept down is if you can teach it. I fundamentally disagree with that sentiment, but maybe because I'm autistic and take it too literal. But I think very few people are good teachers, even if they fully understand a concept. But that's because I think teaching is actually a skill. I'm a very bad teacher, but I understand concepts really, really well. But I'm a horrible teacher. And I think that that makes really smart people feel very stupid when they don't have to be, because being a teacher is a skill in of its own. So if you know a topic and you know it, but you just have the hardest time explaining it or conveying it, that's okay. You weren't meant to, but doesn't mean you don't understand a concept. So I don't know why you said that. I don't know what that's in regards to, but I just want to say that I do think teaching is a separate skill. Chet says, I think you're a good teacher. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Messaged me too. And I had one recently who lost her parents and siblings. She just has grandma.
Yeah.
Gaza.
In Gaza.
And she sent me a voice memo and she's like, Miss Rachel, can you stay with me? I don't have my family. And I voice messaged back I'm here, of course. Thanks for reaching out. And
You shared some pictures on your Instagram of meeting with a little girl from Gaza who came to see you.
yes, Rahaf.
Rahaf, tell us about Rahaf.
Rahaf, I wish everyone in the world could meet her. She's so delightful.
What a star, dude.
I gave her some gifts and I gave her a box of rings, and right away she put one on me and everybody who was around. She was like, okay, here's one for me, and I'm gonna give one to everybody. She has the best laugh. When your children laugh and their laugh is so cute, and she was squealing. And so we all started laughing because she was just so cute. And she falls a lot. She has 2 prosthetics. And she falls a lot. And I asked her host family and her mom through a translator, do you guys...
Wait, what are you guys talking about in chat? I feel like I'm being left out. You said when you understand something in and out, you were able to then translate it in different ways to help people follow what you're explaining. I did this as a math teacher's assistant. I had at least 3 different ways to explain a concept. Are you guys making a prescription or a general statement about 8 billion people, or am I being autistic? Because obviously this is not a universally true thing. Or are you saying it as just a fun fact? Who are you casting the judgment on? Why are we talking about it? What did I miss in the chat? I feel like I missed a conversation somewhere. I'm just talking about my opinion of good teaching. Oh, good teachers. Okay, so you're not saying when you understand something in and out, you're able to then translate. You're saying if you're a teacher, you can do this. Chess said, is anyone casting judgment? Well, the statement is a judgment statement. It's saying if you know something in and out, then you can translate it, which means you must not know it in and out if you can't teach it. The statement comes from this idea that it's doubting your intelligence if you can't then teach it. It's doubt, because that's what the sentence means. The sentiment in my bubble that I grew up in, they say the best way to know if you have a concept down is if you can teach it. So it's a judgment of like, you must not know what you're talking about if you can't explain it to me like I'm a child. Have you guys ever heard that? Like, so that's why I'm taking it that way. Did your bubbles teach it to you different? Chet says you are so autistic. Yes, but that also is what I learned growing up. Did you guys learn it that way? So the judgment is, so why are we casting the judgment, right? Chat says I never heard it as a judgment. Interesting, because I had thought that it was from the guy who said the best way to learn is to learn to teach is to someone in a simple manner. Yeah, I guess I grew up in a lot of debate bubbles, philosophy bubbles, and they use that against people a lot. That's usually the criticism they use against you is like, if you can't explain it to me like I'm 5, you're an idiot. That's kind of like the sentiment. That's why I'm coming from that bubble. Interesting, though, that other people didn't learn it that way. Bubble's gonna bubble.
Kind of spot her, or do you just let her fall? Because I know kids love to be independent. We all know kids are like, I want to do it myself, all by myself. Like every kid says that. So they're like, no, just let her run around and you don't have to spot her or anything. So she would fall like on her face and then she'd just pop up and want to hop like a bunny. And she was just so precious. And she was a vivid example of how when children have what they need, medical care, healthy food, support, they're going to thrive and they're so resilient. And then somebody asked her mom what she wanted to say to me, and her mom talked a lot about her mental health improving with the show. And then I was shown pictures and videos of her in Gaza, you know, on a hospital floor, and then her just kind of staring into space, looking down, and you can see the effect on her physical and mental health. And so you see, okay, we know what's not right for children. And now we see what is, and we can see it through images and video of her. And I told her mom, like, she's so bright and she's just going to do great. Like, she's just.
Oh, okay. I think we're having, so the teaching bubble is coming from their perspective. Someone said, learn, do, teach is a teaching skill to get students involved in learning from each other. Oh, so this is like a teaching bubble perspective. Is that what this is? I'm not a teacher, so I don't know it. I have a lot of teachers in my family, but I didn't learn it this way. So I'm see how some I only learned this from the philosophy debate bubble. So it's so hostile and insulting. But I think you guys are coming from like a teaching bubble. See, I'm not a good teacher, just a philosophy nerd. You know,
she's so worried about her, and the difficult thing is we're so joyful and hopping like bunnies and laughing so hard, and then Isra, her mom, grabs her phone and has her little boys on FaceTime. And her boys are adorable. I think they're around age 7 and 9. And they're in Gaza. And here I am, like, thinking, like, trying to be sweet and talk to her boys in, like, the Miss Rachel voice. But I'm also like, what if my son was over there and my husband, and then I'm here with my little girl losing her legs? And then I'm thinking about the boys, and I was asking if there's any way they can come here. And this wonderful woman was saying, because I was asking kind of her, she was translating, and I said, is there any way for them to come here? And she was saying no. And she was saying they don't eat anymore on FaceTime with them. Sorry.
Get this woman a tissue.
It's a horrific situation.
And
oh, she has one. Skilled.
And then the translator, I remembered she had said, like, thank you for seeing our children as human, when I had spoke out before. And so I want those little boys to have everything my little boy has. And their mom's a teacher like me. She's a math teacher. Wow. So we're both teachers, and our children are our world. A friend recently told me about a quote from Jewish text, which is every life is a universe. And
oh yeah, Chad says this is why people are attacking her. She's giving voices to the victims. This is the secret Hamas agent. This is the secret Hamas agent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, God forbid the woman show some compassion.
I wrote that down. I just thought it was so beautiful.
I mean, it's just basic empathy, humanity. It's crazy that's become controversial.
Yeah.
And you have spoken out about kids in Gaza. I've seen you speak about in Sudan. You mentioned the Congo a moment ago when you first started working with Save the Children. You've posted about kids from Israel who were taken hostage and killed horrifically. You've posted about all these things. But when you speak out about kids in Gaza, Palestinian children, some people, I should say minority, go crazy. They think it's somehow controversial. It's divisive. And you said the word humanity. Are Palestinian children less human than other children? Should we care less about them? I don't quite get where the controversy is coming from. What you're doing is just so human.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering. The largest cohort of child amputees in modern history. That acronym for a child who has no surviving
That's crazy.
relatives. And I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
You mentioned silence and how you really need to speak out. It's weird not to speak out. I'm sure you have a lot of good people in your lives, well-meaning friends and family, who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. Think about yourself and your career and your family and your safe. Just shh, don't go there. A lot of celebrities don't say anything about this stuff. What do you say to them?
Well, I say, what would
Do you guys think that's true in our space? Because like I feel like in our space we're also controversial. That, you know what I mean? Like somebody in chat said yesterday, I can't believe Britney came down on this side of the issue. What? The anti-genocide side? Like, this isn't up for debate. Genocide bad. And like, that's the problem. There are people on the internet who are like, I guess we're just gonna have to genocide them. I guess we're just gonna have to kill everybody. And I'm like, yeah, I feel like those are the people who are the dangerous ones. But since violence is so normalized, right? And now I extend that further out. Like, I'm not a big fan of violence. I think violence is, it's often used as the first, it's like first when it should be last, right? But I guess like on the internet here, it's not career ending to be pro-Palestinian or to be anti-genocide. But in regular jobs, I guess it is, which is, to say that's so interesting. Right? Chet says, I think in America for a long time, it's been the default to dehumanize Muslims and Arabs. For sure. Definitely. What
you want someone to do if you were there? Because as a mother, I met Isra, Rahaf's mom. And if I was there and she was here, what would I want her to do? And that's why I want to talk about Rahaf all I can and the boys, because I have empathy. And I do also have the peace of God, which our show's not religious. And in my own life, though, I have the peace and strength of God that I feel. And so when things are like a roller coaster, I was on the roller coaster of this career. And I was on the roller coaster of the people saying you're wonderful, and then people saying those other things and accusations. And I was on the roller coaster, and I did step off, and now I kind of watch it. And I do feel the peace of God, and I just know what is right, and I just have to.
And yet, there is this kind of bad faith, persistent campaign against you. You've been attacked for speaking out about the children in Gaza. There have been hit pieces in right-wing media. There are some pro-Israel groups who've demanded the DOJ investigate you. I've seen that too, which sounds crazy. I just wonder, how does that make you feel? I mean, I'm used to this, sadly. I've been the subject of many hit pieces. What I do for a living, it's kind of like, it's not nice for anyone, but I'm kind of used to it. When I look at what you're going through, I wonder, it's a whole new world you've been pulled into over the last 18 months. How does that make you feel, you and your family, when you see the crap that's said about you by some bad faith people?
I've been shocked and hurt and scared. And the idea that caring for a group of children in an emergency situation means you don't care about other children is false. And I just don't understand. It. As teachers, I was a New York City public school teacher, and I care about every child in my class. I don't care about half of them because of where they were born. I care about all of them. And if some are in an emergency situation, I'm going to say, let's help them. And it doesn't mean I don't deeply care about all of them.
I think people do struggle with prioritization. And I think some people feel like this should always be prioritized. I think people genuinely don't know how to prioritize people without it being at the expense of others. And so when they see other people being prioritized, they internalize that it's going to come at the expense of themselves. And I think that's really playing a bigger role in that, honestly. Like, I really do. Like, I think that's playing so much of a bigger role just psychologically than we think it is. And that's the dilemma. It's the same thing with this idea of people hating the idea of you getting your school loans paid off when they had to pay for theirs. Like, it's the same thing with like immigrant parents working to make sure you have an easier life, and then they're mad at you for having an easier life. It's like, okay, what's going on here? Like, just because you like, I think we kind of lost the plot a little bit. Yeah, scarcity mindset for sure. I think that's yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, there's something there that I think is really the issue. Cuz I don't know, this idea of empathy is really hard for me. I don't like the way people talk about empathy, if I'm going to be honest. I think people I've yet to meet a person that doesn't hold some level of empathy. And if it's very rare for me to have thought that I've met somebody who didn't, maybe one or two in my lifetime. And when I think about people who don't hold any empathy, like, I would say that was the anomaly. And the anomaly doesn't make up enough people for there to be a problem. So something is happening. Something is deeply happening to a human population that's evolved over all these millions of years, who in some way have empathy. But then, you know, I really think empathy is overridden by good intentions, which is why I think good intentions are so bad. Because I just think, like, if good intentions created the Trail of Tears, and good intentions are creating this genocide, and good intentions, then like good intentions got problems. If good intentions are the reason homophobia is rampant, or if bigotry is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've got a lot of problems. You know what I mean? And I think I think it's good intentions for me. Just, you know, people got way too many of those.
And I love learning about their cultures, and something we are taught in education is to have children share their culture and have pride in who they are. And I, as a music teacher, I'm thinking of a concert we did where we did a Hanukkah song, a Jingle Bells type song, Christmas, and we did a Day of Eid song. And the parents in the audience were so happy, and they all felt valued. And that's what teachers do. We love our students. And recently somebody said I was out of my lane for talking about kids' human rights. And
oh, it was my chatter. Sorry, Miss Rachel. My chatter earlier that I had to time out. They were saying that about you. Stay in your lane, Miss Rachel. Sorry, girl. It's okay. I muted them.
And I was thinking, I'm an educator. We want our kids to have food. Educators, literally, I follow a lot of educators. They are having snacks in their room for kids that don't have food at home. They are getting a hairbrush, and they're brushing kids' hair at school. So when I saw the little girl on Instagram who, well, she can't brush her hair because of malnutrition, but we don't, our compassion doesn't have boundaries or borders. We just love kids. And I have connected and sat with a family member of whose family is held hostage right now. And I was moved to tears multiple times. It was horrific and harrowing. And I also put myself, as an empathetic person, I put myself in that situation. And it's just horrible.
I've also seen that you posted about the little Bibas kids who, what happened to them in Gaza, horrific. What do you say to people who say, and again, I don't want to make this sound like there's more than there are, but the small minority of people who want to cause trouble, who say that you're anti-Semitic because you want kids in Gaza to be able to eat and play?
It doesn't make sense. It's not true. I'm against any bigotry. And I've seen bigotry. It's horrible, and I'm so against it. The image of Shiri. So terrified holding those boys in like a wrap. That is seared in my mind forever as well. And I thought about them all the time. I just can't imagine what Yarden went through and is going through. And just like I said, things can be really divisive, but
oh, man. Chatter said, are you going to react to Destiny meeting with settlers in the West Bank and speaking with Israel leadership? I don't know if you know this. I don't talk about Destiny. I don't platform him. He's a predator, consent violator, Israel supporter, genocide propagandist. And I think he should, I hope his channel dies off. I'm sick of people platforming him. I'm sick of people talking about him. I had one run-in with him a few years ago. Biggest regret of my YouTube, like huge regret. The man is a cesspool. The man is a disease. The man is worse than the herpes I have. Okay? This man is a bad person. Everything he touches decays. Every person he's with is hurt. He leaves nothing but pain and suffering in his wake. Anyone who interacts with him is helping to platform him. Stop talking to Andrew Tate. Stop talking to Destiny. Stop talking to Fresh and Fit. These men are dangerous. Stop talking to them. That's why they're all friends. Stop talking to them.
I focus on helping all kids.
And just on that note then, to wrap up.
I'm sorry I've cried 18 times. I mean, it's a really sad topic.
It is a sad topic, and I'm sorry to be the guy who's taken Miss Rachel away from the happy YouTube. But as you say, silence is not an option for those of us who care about humanity. Forget the politics. I've interviewed many people about the politics of the Middle East. I have no interest in talking to you about the politics of the Middle East. But I do want to hear from a children's educator and a person who children love. The fact that you're telling me that kids in Gaza are sending you voice memos, that you are looked up to, not just by kids in New York or DC, but kids around the world. And of course, then you're going to speak out for them. That just makes sense. And we admire you for doing so. And I just want to be clear to people watching at home. You've spoken out about Sudan. I know you've posted about Haiti and Mali, right? Again, I'm going to ask a question earlier just to wrap up. Why is it that you feel that you, the YouTube star from New York City, the United States, from Maine, why do you feel this urge, and I say this in a good way, I'm glad you do, to speak out for Sudanese kids and Haitian kids, and right now, obviously, the kids who are suffering most in the world, the Gazan kids?
I do think it's a calling from God. When I was little, I used to ask my mom why kids didn't have food, because we'd see those commercials, and I thought maybe there wasn't enough food. And as I've studied world hunger, realizing that there is enough food, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I've been blessed to have this, to get this platform. And kids feel that I care about them all deeply, and that's why I have the platform, because they feel it through the screen, because it's genuine, and kids know when things aren't genuine.
Yes.
And that care doesn't end with the kids that are watching.
You know, I think this goes back to that conversation we've had about like different people who work with kids, and some people are just doing it for a paycheck, and you know, and then some people are doing it because they kind of fundamentally believe that like these little people are going to be adults, and we have to do our due diligence by being a good village together and like giving these people, these kids, a potential to be good people, right? Because kids, just like, they're a product of their environment until they learn to deconstruct and, you know, really ask themselves why they do what they do. Like, neglected children become they have a higher probability of becoming neglectful adults, not automatically abusive, not whatever else, but just, you know, there's a pain there. There's a pain there that we need to avoid or prevent as much as possible, because kids who are loved and kids who are given resources and kids who are, you know, valued, they really go on to take that into adulthood, right? And again, if you were neglected as a child, you are not a bad person, right? Your life is probably harder. You probably have other things to worry about. And I wish you didn't have those other things to worry about. Okay. Being neglected doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you got a lot more work. Like, I just know as a kid myself that was neglected in many ways, I am a late bloomer. And I would have loved to have not been a late bloomer, but I am one. And it can feel difficult sometimes to be a late bloomer, right? And I think when you're neurodivergent, I think when you're got personality disorders or there's things about you that just make it harder, it can be difficult. Okay, so like, I would rather have children not have to go through that difficulty if possible, which goes back to this idea that as parents, we want our kids to have an easier life than we did, but not resent them for it, you know? Like, not resent them for it, you know?
Or any kids, it's just, they feel it. And then early childhood educators are always advocating for kids 0 to 3 because of the crucial time of brain development and the effects that will last a lifetime if kids don't have what they need. And then just my heart and my religious beliefs do come into play, with Jesus saying to love every neighbor and that everyone's your neighbor.
Down with the patriarchy.
And that when you do things to the least of these, you do them to him, meaning like, you know, people who are poor and oppressed and suffering. So.
Well, I for one am glad that you're using your YouTube platform in
Thank
this
you.
way. And,
Thank you so much.
And I'm just going to say arrogantly on behalf of our viewers and subscribers, thank you so much. I'm going to speak for everyone watching and say thank you for speaking out. We need more people to speak out. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, really great interview. I'll go ahead and link it in case you guys want to know more about Miss Rachel or have her up on your timeline. I'm really glad we watched that together just to get an idea, once again, that there are different ways to give back to the world, a different way to be a participant. And I just wanted you to see the woman that people are calling a secret Hamas agent or supporter or something. Okay? It shouldn't be that controversial to say that like children shouldn't be genocided, but here we are. Okay, let's move on to news about horrible men. Andrew Tate's in the news. Actually, both Tate brothers are in the news because we've actually got some charges now. Let's talk about those charges with Philip DeFranco.
Prosecutors in the UK just confirmed that they have authorized 21 charges against Andrew and Tristan Tate, which was expected, but it marks the first time that the Crown Prosecution Service has confirmed or given details on criminal charges. Right, and according to BBC News, you have Andrew facing 10 charges stemming from 3 alleged victims, including actual bodily harm, rape, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain. And then
just a reminder that Andrew and Tate bragged about him being in his 20s having sex with a 16-year-old because it was, quote, legal. See how men are happy to have sex with kids as long as it's legal? And sometimes when it's not? Now, not all men, for all the men in my audience recently who were very hurt by my words, I implore you to unsubscribe now. You must be a man that deconstructs gender in order to understand the work that I am doing. You are not born bad because you're a man. But as long as you are worried about being a man at the expense of everybody else, you are a danger. Because when men have to be real men, according to people like Andrew Tate, they will do it at the expense of everyone else. And they will do it in ways that are so abhorrent that engage in toxic masculinity. We'll see it in a moment with Andrew Tate's tweets. You have to remember that men that are so concerned with being men, okay, this comes at the expense of their children, their partners, their jobs, their coworkers. The arrogance is not good. We want to have healthy ego, but once our ego is unhealthy, now we are a villain. It is unnecessary to engage in this form of being a man to be a, quote, real man. You can be a, quote, real man without being a bad person. But a lot of men don't know that. A lot of men, we're going to cover this in the follow-up story, a lot of men really think being a real man means being a bad person that they think is a good person.
as you have Tristan facing 11 charges from 1 alleged victim, and again, that includes actual bodily harm, rape, and human trafficking. With also the Crown Prosecution Service releasing a statement to Sky News explaining these charging decisions followed receipt of a file of evidence from Bedfordshire Police. A European arrest warrant was issued in England in 2024, and as a result, the Romanian courts ordered the extradition to the UK of Andrew and Tristan Tate. However, the domestic criminal matters in Romania must be settled first. Right, with that, in case you need a refresher, because it's been a minute, you've got the Tates facing many legal battles. I mean, in the US, they're facing 2 lawsuits, one alleging that Andrew assaulted his ex-girlfriend in California, and another from Florida accusing the brothers of coercing a woman into sex work. They're also under criminal investigation in Florida, and then in Romania, there are 2 cases. One where they're accused of trafficking minors, intercourse with a minor, and money laundering, and then a separate human trafficking case that is actually facing setbacks after being sent back to prosecutors. Right, and then that brings us back to the UK, where we not only have the charges we just discussed, but also there's a lawsuit that was filed against Andrew by 4 women over allegations that the Crown Prosecution Service decided to not prosecute back in 2019. And of course, all of this as the brothers have repeatedly denied any allegations of wrongdoing. And then more specifically with the news today, you had Andrew retweeting someone who called the charges fake and claiming that the UK was trying to make an example out of him and Tristan. You also had Andrew tweeting, so Romania failed, now England tries. The Matrix is angry. They do this to any man who fights against them. Never give up men, never give in, do not be scared, strength and honor. Strength and honor is such a red flag to me. It's just very white nationalisty to me. You know what I'm saying? Chet says, was that an AI image? Girl, did you not think it was an AI image? Hold on. Guys, someone who called the charges fake. Do we not think this is AI? Come on. You know it's AI, girl. Go with your intuition. Yes, it's not real. Claiming now England tries. You guys, it's okay. The other day, I saw a video of a baby and hanging out by the edge of a cliff, and I screamed because I thought it was real. Okay? Like, I'm not coming for you. I was like, I'm falling for AI videos now. Chad says I could care less what a man should be, but my partner still holds patriarchal standards on me, though. Break up. Break up with your girlfriend. Women uphold patriarchy as much as anybody else because we suffer from internalized misogyny. If a woman is holding you to a standard of being a man at the expense of your consciousness, dump her. The Matrix is angry. They do this to any man who fights against them. Never give up men, never give in, do not be scared, strength and honor. Though that is, we also saw other responses, like from the lawyer representing the alleged victim suing him in the UK, addressing the news saying, "We welcome the clarity from the Crown Prosecution Service that our authorities are working to ensure the Tates face justice here in the UK. They cannot be allowed to escape extradition." And then adding, "At the same time, we ask once more that CPS admit its mistake in failing to prosecute Tate when he lived in the UK and finally charge him for the rape and assault of the other 3 women, our clients who originally filed criminal complaints against him as long ago as 2014, but were failed by the system. They deserve justice too." But with all that said, as far as
2014.
what is going to come from this, the long wait kind of just continues. But
Okay, 2014, people tried to get justice. This man has evaded justice for years. It's time, girl. It's time. And also, I don't know why. I mean, I understand the system matters, but he's already admitted it. Again, I don't need a court case for what a man has proudly boasted about. Trump has bragged. Tate has bragged. Destiny has bragged. Myron has bragged. All these men brag. They brag on a spectrum. They're different kinds of violators or different kind of misogynists. But from toxicity to predator, okay, the journey, you know what I'm saying? Like, they've already all bragged. We need to stop allowing, like, for our own moral compass, not for the law. You're separate from the law. You get to form an opinion regardless of how the courts go. And you are allowed to form an opinion on what these men have bragged about in regards to how they've treated people. And by their own admission, they are abusive and toxic and predatory. In my opinion, that's the conclusion I have to come to. I am forced to come to because they consistently brag about all the ways they take advantage of, in this case, a lot of female partners, a lot of women's. Okay? So we need to be able to come to those conclusions on our own. I think I'm exhausted at this idea online that keeps coming up, and this is the problem, right? Of people being unable to form a personal value opinion based off their morals and ethics because they're, quote, waiting for the courts. I understand why you're waiting for the legal system to decide, but the legal system doesn't have to decide for you to come to a conclusion about your own values, right? This is why when it comes to Ethan from H3H3 with his suit against Noah, people said, "Oh, Brittany, would you change your opinion if the court sided with Ethan?" Why would I need to change my opinion on Ethan because the law didn't find any wrongdoing on Ethan's side? Don't you see how that's a flawed idea? I can come to a conclusion about Ethan Klein and his pro-genocidal propaganda that has nothing to do with whether or not the courts see any liability or legality or issue with Ethan. Like, the courts aren't judging Ethan on his morals. They're judging Ethan on whether or not he can go after Noah. They're just different things. They're different things. All these people that think the law reflects some moral standing, no. In America, we have free speech for a reason. It trumps any question you have around the ethics of hailing Hitler or throwing up Nazi signs. I think it's unethical to throw up a Hail Hitler/Nazi signs, but the law protects you because we have free speech. So you need to separate this idea that the law gets to decide what's okay. That's why people are saying, well, it's okay he had sex with a 16-year-old because it was legal. No, even if it's legal, it's still wrong. Even if it's legal, it's still wrong, in my opinion, for my values. Okay? So we need to think about it that way, okay? Chat says, this is the guy who's dating the girl who's holding him to patriarchal standards, says, she's not that bad, just shit, like me building stuff, taking care of business things, like communicating in uncomfortable situations, kind of like a guy should handle those things. Yeah. If you want to marry your high compatibility partner, which I recommend you do, if you want to do life with somebody who's going to wipe your butt when you have Alzheimer's and you're going to wipe theirs, then you should be with somebody that agrees on what it means to be a person on the planet, regardless of gender. So if you want to settle in a relationship in which you are put in positions that don't and aren't attuned to who you are as a consciousness, you can settle and do that. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I'm sure you're a lovely person. But two lovely people together create a divorce regardless, because y'all are going to make each other unhappy unless you are on the same page about performance, your expectation as a partner. So yeah, if they want to date somebody who's in their masculine and is, quote, the person who does all the talking or all the problem solving or all the whatever, you can decide how you want to live your life. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, there is a difference between knowing who you are and being the best version of you, knowing who they are and being the best version of them, and then whether or not those two really great people actually make a good union. Chat said people said they'd wait for Tory Lane's trial to see if he's guilty. They still don't believe Meg. I believe Meg was shot. I don't know who she was shot by. I don't think it matters because the only person who knows is the shooter, and the shooter isn't coming forward. Somebody shot Meg. I saw the foot photo. Somebody shot our girl. The question is, who was it? Do you know what I mean? I don't have to believe Meg was shot. She was obviously shot. And the fact is, the shooter knows who it is. That's the irony. Who the fuck is the shooter that knows they shot Meg and is not coming forward? Because they know. That's what I'm saying. Y'all better give somebody up, or the shooter better come forward. But you know what I mean? That's the problem. It's like, I don't know why we're still arguing about like Meg got shot, who shot Meg. It is, girl, this woman got shot. That's all that matters, to me at least. Meg got shot. Okay? So somebody has to be in trouble for it, because we can't just go around with people shooting people's feet. Okay? And as the great Meg the Stallion once said, body yaddy yaddy yaddy. Nobody shoot my footy yaddy yaddy. I'm just kidding. That's not funny. I'm only making a joke because she's recovered and beautiful. Okay? Chat says, our Discord says, by that account, slavery was morally correct since it wasn't against the law. Oh, you know people make that argument. You know people make that argument. I know, chat. I'm making myself laugh today. I'm very high energy today, girls. Okay? I'm making myself laugh today. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Okay, now, this is really the good stuff today, girls. Ooh, I'm so excited. Excuse me, ma'am. Don't start the video yet. Okay, this story I completely missed. So like a month ago, this woman was going kind of viral for this sort of going undercover, dating far right men. And I don't know how I missed it, but I did miss it. And I want to watch it with you guys. This is the interview that everyone was reacting to. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen someone react to it yet. I'm going to watch it with you today. And then I want to sort of have a continuous conversation about this idea around dating men, dating far right men, and sort of the ethics around her decision to go undercover. Because Cenk from the Young Turks was questioning the ethics of manipulating these men into dates with her when she knew she wasn't interested in them. I have a whole thing about this. Okay, let's watch her tell her story and then we'll get into it.
CNN's Donny O'Sullivan got in the cage with former UFC star turned podcaster Jake Shields to explore the manosphere and why exactly it's so popular.
They speak liberal, they have liberal friends, and then they go online and they are a white supremacist.
This is Vera Papasova. She spent the last year dating far-right men in New York City for a story for Cosmopolitan magazine.
They're the most insecure men I've ever sat down with. It was really difficult to have some of these dates because they were so insecure, because they don't really know who they are and they don't know how to figure that out.
She said the men she dated got all their news and information from the so-called manosphere.
They did not listen to anything else. They're only listening to independent media, and they're only listening to men talking to men.
The manosphere is made up of macho podcasters and influencers.
There's no such thing as an independent female. Most women have zero concept of like money.
Females don't have independent thought.
It's a space where UFC fighters are among those who reign supreme.
They love the UFC guys. They love the MMA guys because those guys do what they can. They're modern gladiators. They're badass.
Badass like Jake Shields, a former UFC star turned podcaster.
Sorry. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course.
Who I met at an MMA gym in Las Vegas.
Like all great MMA pros. I've never hit anyone in my life.
I'm not punching back. Hear me. KO.
This is CNN. Do you miss being full-time pro, like in terms
of? Yeah, of course I miss it. To go from professional athlete, which is the highest of highs, to retirement.
I guess the
podcast has helped. You could fall into depression if you just go from the most amazing career where you're famous and spotlights to all of a sudden you're a nobody.
Sure.
Like other podcasters in the manosphere, Jake regularly hosts controversial guests.
And I named the podcast Fighting Back. I feel like we have to fight back what we're told we're allowed to do. I just don't like to be told you're not allowed to talk to this person. Like, why can't I talk to him? I'm not saying I agree with his ideology, but I should hear what he has to say.
He's hosted the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Today I have a very, very special guest, Dr. David Duke. I know you're controversial.
I mean, special is an interesting word.
But I have no idea how controversial.
And Thomas Russo, the leader of the white supremacist group Patriot Front.
Let's go where we disagree a little bit.
Yes,
let's hit race, because you're a white-only group.
So the organization only allows people of American ethnicity, and all Americans, I believe, come from Europe, so they're white.
I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. This bubble exhausts me. I'm ending stream. I don't want to. I'm exhausted. Like, we're not even 3 minutes into this. I'm exhausted. I don't think platforming these people make any sense. I don't. I think platforming these people on a podcast, having a conversation about like whether or not people deserve rights based off of skin, like it's exhausting. Like it is just so silly. Yeah, chat says American ethnicity, so Native Americans. That's what I'm saying. Like, can we please be serious? Can we please be serious? And there's nothing, there's no seriousness. There's no authenticity. There's no like, it's just all ego and just brain dead conclusions off bad information. And I'm so tired that men think they're so smart and this is the best of them. Is this the best of you? Who is the best of the men? I want to know who men think is the best of men. That's what we really need. I need a poll. Who do men think the best of men is? Because girl, you know, now I obviously blame patriarchy. I don't blame men. I blame patriarchy, and I blame men that continue to uphold the patriarchy at the expense of themselves, because I just don't think this is good for men. I don't think it's good for so many people. And that's why I don't like how the Young Turks, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like how the Young Turks engages with conservative media. Like, why are you talking to bigots? Like, neighbor to neighbor, be kind to everybody. But policy to policy, politician to politician, podcaster to podcaster, we shouldn't be uplifting these people. It is one thing for me, and I know I've gotten a few men, specifically white men in my audience who have identified themselves as such, saying that it feels like you really hate men. Listen, I don't hate you for being a man. But a few years ago, when I tried my best to make this space a safe space for men, when I talked to a lot of men who often had built their platforms off misogyny, it ended up hurting and becoming a threat to my audience. It became dangerous for me. It became dangerous for my audience. Men became dangerous for us. So as much as I would like men to be in my audience, I need it to be men who have deconstructed and understand that like you are a consciousness outside of your gender. And if you don't understand that, then every way you interact with me, every way you see me is going to be through the lens of you're a woman, so this, you're a man, so this. And I just don't think that's true of people. So yes, I want this to be a safe space for all genders, but not for men who uphold the patriarchy, not for men that are white supremacists, not for men who think that Trump isn't a rapist, not for men that love Andrew Tate, and not for men who build their whole career making fun of women, right? And that's the thing, is like I had those men in my audience, I had those men here, but y'all were feeling way too comfortable. And I'm sorry that I ever made you feel comfortable. Do I, individual to individual, feel sorry that a lot of you are facing a loneliness epidemic? Sure. But you can make that change. You have to make that decision, though. It's not women and it's not the world. It's you. And the same advice I'd give to any other minority of any other status. That from a philosophical lens, and this is a Philosophy Through Pop Culture channel, the world isn't holding you down. Your relationship with consciousness is. You're having a meaning crisis. And I want you to get better. But I need you to first stop blaming the world. And that's really, really hard for most people to do. It really is, right? So yeah, I'm sorry that I ever made really horrible men feel comfortable around me.
Of the American spirit final! Yeah, no, I understand and talk to these guys, but I've also not brought anyone hateful. If I do, I'm going to be really, really on top of them.
But so you saying that you haven't brought someone hateful on, right? People say, well, you brought on the Grand Wizard of the KKK, you brought on Patriot Front.
Yeah.
They're hateful.
No, I think those are excellent questions, but if people go and watch the actual interviews, I think they would be like, oh, this guy's not near as hateful as if I expected.
But Vera says,
wait, this guy's not as hateful as I expected? You mean like David Duke? Yeah. Listen, I shared a quote in my Discord. Hold on, let me go grab it. It's from Pedro Pascal. He says, I know how to get along with everybody, but it doesn't mean I like everybody. Yeah, I know how to get along with everybody, but it doesn't mean I like you. And I think that's the thing, is like, I can get along with I can get along with David Duke because I'm a human with empathy, and I can get along with people because all I have to say is like, imagine I'm David Duke. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay, he's like a person on a planet. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I can get along with you until we talk about something relating to race. And now we're not getting along. Because again, human to human, you are more than your thoughts and your actions. But if your thoughts and your actions are the only version of you I know, then we're going to have problems. Now, this is a philosophical belief that I need you guys to deconstruct with me. You are more than your thoughts and actions. You exist outside of what you think and what you do. But if the only time I interact with you is through your thoughts and through your actions, then that is what I'm going to judge you on. And so we judge David Duke through that lens because that's all of him we get to see. But when he sits down as a podcaster, when he sits down in a conversation and you guys are talking about cherry pie versus strawberry pie, well, all of a sudden, this guy's pretty great. This guy's pretty great. Until you start talking about the things that make you not great. And that's the dilemma. Every single person on this planet could probably get along with other people on the planet until we start talking about things that separate us and make us realize like, oh, we might not be safe together. It's like when you're talking to a white person, you guys are getting along, and then they start telling you racist stuff because they think you're white the same way they're white. And you're like, oh, we are not the same. Or like when you're hanging out with straight people and they start being homophobic and you're like, oh, we are not the same. Yes, of course I'm getting along with you. Of course on a podcast, everything seems great. But the reality is this really great person is also doing really horrible things to people. You know, Chet said, and of course David Duke is going to be nice to a white man. Exactly. Men also talking to men is different, right? When you feel defensive going into a conversation, you're going to come off differently than when you feel welcomed, you know? So when we have these conversations, it's like, yeah, of course it was cool. I mean, when I was hanging out with Sneeko, Destiny, and Abba, they were really nice until they weren't. They were really cool until they weren't. They were really great until I called them out for misogyny. They were really fun until I started saying like, hey, that's kind of transphobic. I called them out on rape issues. Like, yeah, they were all a lot of fun until they weren't. That's the problem. Everyone's kind of fun until they're not, until you realize they'll throw you under the bus if it makes sense for their boys. That they'll look the other way when things are unethical as long as they want to protect the boys. You know? Yeah, like everyone's nice. Everyone's great. But ultimately, like you voted for Trump, or ultimately you're pro-MAGA, or ultimately you're homophobic, or ultimately you're transphobic, or ultimately like you make money at the expense of women. So yeah, of course he was great on your podcast, dude.
Hate isn't what the men she dated were really looking for.
One of these guys brought me to a political meeting.
And did they talk about politics?
Barely. They talked about, it was a bunch of men complaining about girlfriends and wives, regurgitating Andrew Tate type of advice about how to train your girlfriend, how to train your wife to be submissive. And so this group was supposed to be a political group, but they're talking about relationship problems.
You know, interesting, my farm brother had a neighbor, and the neighbor had like 5 or something kids, and he seemed like a nice guy, but had gone down sort of like a really bad red pill rabbit hole. So my brother was hanging out with him one night, and the guy goes, oh man, women. My brother's like, oh, and okay, and like didn't think anything of it and just like thought, oh, that's like a weird thing to say out loud. But then the guy goes, man, women are just so dumb. Like they just don't know things, and you have to do everything for them. And my brother was like, oh, you can't talk about my wife that way. And the guy goes, I'm not talking about your wife. He goes, well, my wife's a woman. And you can't think that way about your wife. Like you're not showing dignity to your wife or your marriage if you're going around talking to your boys about how women are stupid. And it became like a really contentious moment because the neighbor is about like 20 something years older than my brother. So my brother was like, yeah, that's not okay. And I was like, that sounds really scary. And then for a while there, just for a while, apparently he got better, but just for a while there, it became like really scary to think about hanging out with this guy because he had all these daughters and his wife, and the way he was talking was bitter. He was angry. Now, apparently he did get better. I don't know how much better, but my brother was like, yeah, you can't talk that way about women in front of me or my family. Like that's not dignified. And that's what we need. We need men, whether they're conservative or not, because my brother is a MAGA voter. He's not MAGA, but he's a Trump. He voted for, well, he's a Republican. He's a conservative. I say this because he doesn't own MAGA hats or something. He's not that guy. And he also forgot to vote this last election. He's not that guy, but he's a conservative. So he was like, he needs, like, men in that position need to stand up against other men who are saying these things because it is undignified. Like, my dad does not have bro friends. My dad has a lot of friends, well, they're cousins and Middle Eastern people, right? Who you'd only talk good about your wives. You do not talk bad about your wives. Do you know what I mean? Chet says, is Farm Brother an ally? No. Well, not to gays. he's still, you know, obviously Catholic, right? But he's not going to let anyone talk shit about his wife. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of dad I grew up with. Like, you don't talk shit about the wife, right? You don't talk shit about your wives. You do not come together to talk badly about the women you are with. So any man that is going around talking badly about women, do you know what I mean? Now, that doesn't mean I didn't grow up with misogyny. That doesn't mean my parents didn't suffer from misogyny, both internalized and otherwise. I can name all the ways my dad was misogynistic growing up and all the ways my mom had internalized misogyny. And yet I still grew up in a home that also had rhetoric that was like, you don't talk shit about women like that. But there was still problems, like talking about the differences between men and women, or saying, you know, doubting victims when they came out and spoke up, right? Like, all of that's misogyny. You know, believing women are Bathshebas or Delilahs or temptresses, and how you don't want to be that. You want to be the opposite. You want to be pious like Mother Mary. All of that is misogyny, right? Guised in this idea of being critical of character. So it's, you know, you can grow up in both homes. You have the duality of how you're raised. My dad raised me to be a CEO, and they raised me to be a stay-at-home mom. And it's like, well, which one? My dad's like, I love that you own a business. When are you going to have kids? When are you going to quit and have kids? It's like, no, hello? You know what I mean? Okay.
And the fact that that's what most of the time was spent on, you don't need to be a neo-Nazi. You need therapy.
The Appeal of Jakes podcast speaks to a need among young men in this country that Vera says can't be ignored.
You have to incentivize someone to want to be better. You can't just say, let's make men better. The thing about these guys is their biggest support system is online, but that also is very isolating, and isolation is what breeds hatred.
Okay, hold on. As a girly who's always recommending to my friends to get on the internet, it's also where you choose to be. Because I had a friend who reached out and they were like, I'm just really struggling in like physical settings. I'm not liking anybody I'm hanging out with. I want to find more like-minded people. I was like, get on the internet. Like, real life is great, but get on the internet. When you're neurodivergent, when you're queer, like, you need to be on the internet because nobody's in your conservative town. Get on the internet. It's just like, the difference is like, why do men end up in these horrible bubbles while women end up in much better spaces? You know what I mean? That's the question I have for people. Why is it? Now, obviously, it's not a monolithic experience. Lots of women end up in really bad spaces on the internet. But there does seem to be sort of like, why is this such a problem? I remember when I was at a conference, it was mostly a centrist-y, liberal-y conference. It was a debate conference I was moderating. And a Men Go Their Own Way guy came up to me and said, oh, hey, Brittany, I watch your content sometimes. I'm a man go their own way person. I was like, oh, yeah, you look like it. You look like one of those men. You have a look. And I know some people think that's like insulting, but I think looks signal things. You know what I mean? And I get if you miscategorize somebody, but you have an aura of a man who's decided to go his own way. You are unapproachable. You have an aura about you, right? There's like a thing, and I don't know if people know they're doing it or if they realize like, hey, like this is somewhat of a choice. Like, you're making a choice, and it's, you do you. It's the same way when I hear like really bitter people say like, I'm never getting married. I'm never going to be with anyone. That was a horrible breakup. I never want it to happen again. Yeah, bro, that's just like your trauma, right? Like, being a nihilist is not great for us guys. Like, being like, nothing matters. Just fucking nothing matters. Like, you're having an empty relationship with existence. You're not having a fulfilled relationship with existence. You can do it. There's nothing like, there's nothing like objectively wrong with it. You're just not going to be joyful. You know, you're just not going to be joyful. So if you would like to be joyful, right? It's like the men who watch Rick and Morty and think Rick's like a good person. Rick is like the lesson in this story. He's like the lesson in the story. When you watch BoJack, he's the lesson. When you watch Attack on Titan, Eren is the lesson. He's the mistake. He's the bad guy. But I think we forget, and everyone does this, we romanticize the wrong things. We romanticize struggle without recognizing that there's wise suffering. You can romanticize wise suffering, but when you recognize really unwise suffering, you lead a life based off of that framework, and then you wonder why you're never happy. Okay? Like, you remember what, like, you don't understand why you're unfulfilled, right?
Groups like Patriot Front offer community, but community based on racism and hate.
People have to really think about, do you have the capacity to talk to people that you don't agree with? Because that one nice conversation you might have might change someone's day enough to not have to seek out help in an online support group, which is actually a bunch of white supremacists using political beliefs as an excuse for how they feel.
Donnie O'Sullivan is here with us now. Donnie, I'm so glad you've done this special. There's so much intrigue around this issue of the manosphere. And in fact, Trump is going to the UFC tonight. How big of a role does the sport play in the manosphere?
And that was one of Trump's successes, right? Trump got in there. He's one of the boys. Now, look, a woman could never do it. Men are too misogynistic to ever let Harris be one of the boys. My small time in the boy bubble made that abundantly clear to me that no matter how funny or smart or capable I was, I would always be a girl to men. And that's the problem. Like, I don't want to have to become the kind of woman who is able to feel welcomed in a space by misogynists when I know they'll never actually accept me. And that's the problem. Trump is really good at that. That's why Harris was never going to have a chance. And as a progressive, we're not exactly Harris fans here, but you know what I mean? Like, Harris was never going to have a chance to win over the male vote because inherently misogynistic men don't care. Look at the way they voted for Trump. He's a horrible man. But man, does that bro know how to podcast? Trump, his charisma is crazy. Boys eat it up like ass, bro. He did so good with the streamers. He did so good at UFC. He did so good in those bubbles. Harris could never contend with the misogyny of it all. And I think a lot of these men like Trump because he's a misogynist. Because I think a lot of these men think they are literally better than women simply because they were born men.
Hey, Isabel. Yeah, and look, we should point out at the start here, there's tons of guys.
Also, and I just want to say this, a lot of progressive men that are still upholding the patriarchy, a lot of those progressive men, I think Destiny is one of them as an example, which I didn't really realize when I was hanging out with him because I was a little confused, like on stream, we were just collabing, obviously. I didn't really realize it at the time, but I remember I was like, when I started to realize he wasn't actually progressive, even though he was like, I'm non-binary and I'm bisexual and I'm all these things. And I'm like, okay. I realized after some time, like, he will throw women under the bus for the approval of men. He's very Myron-esque in that way. That's why him and Myron are friends. That's why Myron's always sucking Destiny's dick, probably literally, but I don't know. That's just an opinion. Okay. Which is fine. We're all about consensual sex. Okay. Not that Destiny would know anything about consent. Okay. I'm done with my jokes. Sorry. There's too much in there. There was too many possibilities for jokes there, but you know what I mean? Destiny will throw women under the bus so Myron likes him. Myron throws women under the bus so other men like him. There's the reason why there's a lot of like, are you guys just gay? And that's the problem. There's a lot, and misogyny eventually just ends up gay. And that's why gay men are also misogynistic, by the way. Gay men suffer from misogyny. Just because you're gay doesn't mean you're not a misogynist. And I think there's like this idea that, oh, because I'm gay, I can't be a misogynist. Nope. Gay men also suffer from misogyny. They literally think they're better than women. Have you never been to like a gay guys group and they're like, no women allowed? We don't want to hang out with women. We don't want to see women. We don't want to be around women. I'm like, damn. Okay, hater. Like, it's because you're women, not just because like there's a special night where you don't want to be around them. You know what I mean? Chess is kind of like how you like women but hate them. It's, well, like the guys in this group, they want to sleep with women, but they don't like them. It's why Myron will say something like, don't confide in your girl, confide in your boys. Myron even made the argument that honestly, getting your dick sucked by a man is kind of okay because all you're trying to do is get off. You don't really care about the person. And since even if it was a woman, like you don't care about her anyways. So what does it really matter who's sucking you off? And I was like, girl, would you please, bro? Just, okay. Like, I just feel like now, okay, let's talk about preventative work. How could these things have been prevented? Well, one, we know they had really bad childhoods growing up, so that could have changed things. Two, there's a lot of internalized racism. Myron wishes he was white. Destiny can't get over the fact that he's half Cuban. Okay, there's a lot of like racism there. Internalized white supremacy. We're dealing with homophobia. Internalized, we're dealing with a lot. Destiny wants to be the guy who debates Trumpers, and he's like anti-conservatism, but he ends up appealing to the boy groups the most. And you have to think about that turmoil these boys are all in. How could we have prevented it? Well, honestly, their parents kind of sucked. We know Destiny's parents sucked, whether he likes it or not. He has talked time and time again about the way they neglected him, right? How he has to bail them out and pay for their bills. Like they neglected their responsibilities as parents in order to raise children. They failed at raising like capable adults who Destiny's greatest feat is being able to make money. Well, scammers make money. Making money can't be the testament to your value as a person. Anyone can make money. You know what I mean? It's like this idea where you have this sort of like hate for the self in a particular way. that they have to deconstruct. You have to raise children with a sense of healthy ego. You have to keep them humble, but love them through the process of their failures while making sure to guide them in a direction for successes that don't come at the expense of others. Right? Chad says, why do you say he can't get over the fact that he's Cuban? Everything I've seen from Destiny and how he treats people in general about their ethnic backgrounds, and myself included, right? He'll get on podcasts and say like, oh, Brittany's just a white girl. Brittany's just a white girl. That has to do with his Cuban denial, because you can call me whatever you want. I'm definitely white skinned, as is Hassan, but you know we're not white the way these white supremacist groups are white, because we're not from Europe, are we? So for Destiny to be like, you're just white, I'm just white, everyone's just white, it's a denial of his Cuban background, of his mom, who's definitely not white. We're not white passing, not white in any particular way. You know what I'm saying? So when we have that, when he already has that for himself, he's got that for others. So he discounts our lived experience and he goes, Hassan and Brittany, they're just white. Who cares about them? It's a discounting of our lived experience, or the fact that our parents are immigrants, or the fact that we have a connection to an area of the world that like white people don't. Right? So again, all of this is just like little boys trapped in adult bodies who haven't gone to therapy, but they take it out on us. See how we have to suffer because they won't go to therapy? So when I say I want the space here on my channel to be very accepting to all genders, it also has to include people that recognize all genders. It can't be people that are like, these 27 genders and this alphabet soup and this, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not welcome here. You being a man is not a bad thing. I love being a man. I am a man. But you deciding that you're inherently a better specimen because you were born a man, well, now we're going to have beef. Chez says, is it hard to succeed without coming at the expense of others? I feel like it would be kind of hard in a capitalistic world. I'm successful. And other than the fact that I own computers, it really didn't come at the expense of other people. You know what I mean? I didn't have to throw anyone under the bus. I didn't have to take anyone's job. I didn't have to hurt anybody. I simply had to create. I'm successful. I have a good job. I pay my rent. So, you know, no consumption or ethical consumption under capitalism. So I had to buy these computer parts, which you could argue is like a form of engaging in like tech bubbles that hurt the planet and come at the expense of XYZ. But, you know, it's about harm reduction, not perfection. But yeah, I don't lie. I have a very big stance. If I make mistakes on stream, I come back and I say sorry and I like change, you know, I fix my stories. But like, I don't make, you know, videos about people going after their mental health or their body or anything else that I feel like is harassment. Like I try very hard. So yeah, I'm successful. Do I count? Of course you can be successful. It just won't be millionaire status successful, but who cares? Right?
Guys who are fans, and some women as well who are fans of the UFC. I have many friends who are fans of the UFC. It certainly does not mean, you know, that if you are a fan of the UFC, you are falling sort of down this rabbit hole of hate and white supremacy and everything else. But what we are seeing is that there is this sort of, there is this crossover. The UFC is playing a greater and bigger role really in American life. Joe Rogan, who's the world's biggest podcaster, is a UFC commentator. Dana White, who is the founder of the UFC, is a prominent Trump supporter and was recently appointed to the board of Meta by Mark Zuckerberg himself, another big MMA and UFC fan. And actually fighting tonight in Miami, Trump is going to the event. We're not sure if he'll be there for the earlier fights, but fighting tonight in Miami at the UFC event is a fighter by the name of Bryce Mitchell, who recently set up a podcast of his own. And on his debut episode a few months ago, he said that Hitler was a quote-unquote good guy or a great guy. Dana White, the head of the UFC, was quick to condemn that, but you know, you can just kind of see there where folks who might be coming into this sport for one reason are a fan of fighting, and then they're getting exposed to views like Bryce Mitchell. And
that's the problem. You've all seen that clip, right? That's the problem. I don't think we should be platforming those guys. I don't think those guys should be, if I was in the UFC, that guy couldn't fight in my ring. Like, no, like there's just a line. Like, how hard is it for us to be like Hitler bad? Okay, like Hitler bad, genocide bad, but we can't. The reason I think we're starting to normalize Hitler is honestly so we can normalize Netanyahu. I swear there's a correlation between men who are willing to genocide a whole group of people for their own political benefit. Everything Netanyahu is doing is so deeply unethical, but we're standing by him. The United States is standing by him, right? So I don't know. I think that's a part of it sometimes. I find that so deeply frustrating. Now, let's go to the Young Turks. I found their reaction to this video, and I just thought this section was so funny, and I want to talk about it.
So after all of those dates, how did this thing end for Vera? Well, she says after these dates, I started to answer my own questions. I was too different from them in ways that made romantic or sexual attraction impossible. Despite my willingness to be open to anything, none of my dates progressed beyond talking. I mean, I have a question about how open she really was. I mean, there's entrenched first person reporting, but you're still coming to the circumstance as you're showing up as who you are. But I guess first, I'm curious what you think of just taking on this assignment in the first place as some kind of investigative journalism.
Yeah, boy, I'm so conflicted on this. And I'm not sure where I come out on it. Maybe we'll figure it out as we talk it through, right? So number one, I'm 100% with you. Come on, you weren't really gonna date those guys. Come on, right? Like, and I think she's saying that to kind of make it seem like, no, I'm not taking advantage of them. And I came in with an open mind, right?
What do we think about that? The language already, the opener, right? So she went undercover on dating the far right and figuring out what it was like going on dates with them. And he's saying, I think she's saving face to claim not taking advantage of them. Are you taking advantage of people when you go on dates with them, whether you're ready for a committed relationship or not? Because then that would, like, regardless of why you're doing it, like most people are going on dates to figure out themselves. So, as long as you're upfront and honest, that's fine. But she is looking for a partner. She just like isn't going to find a partner there, but that doesn't mean she can't engage with sort of figuring out, like, I wonder what this bubble is like, right? True. Is it Jank? I always forget how to say his name. I don't watch him enough. Is desperate to appeal to the right wing. Isn't it funny? I used to watch them all the time and I just can't remember. It's also, I think, my autism. When I learn a pronunciation of something, I can't remember the right one. It's why I can't learn Croatian. I'm really struggling. Once I learned the wrong way to pronounce things, I can't remember the right way to do it. And then I guess myself every time. I hate it. I really hate it. My brain is horrible at language. Anyways, Jank. It is Jank. Okay, thank you, Jack. Yeah, already this narrative is interesting to me. Now, I will say, obviously, the journalism is interesting because every time we talk to somebody on the opposing end, we try to humanize them to the best of our ability. But every interview, every platforming, every story, everything we're ever doing is sort of not just about the person. It's always about the thing where it's like saying, like, oh, did you go to your job and tell your boss that you're late for work because your kid had trouble, but you actually were late for work because you had a flat tire and you didn't want to tell them? And then, or because you drank too much and then you showed up to work. Are you taking advantage of your boss? It's like, not everybody needs to know why I'm there, but sometimes you just got to figure out stuff for yourself. So I don't think she was exactly taking advantage of these men. I think it'd be different if she said, hey, I went undercover for a year and took the life savings out of all these men's pockets, but they're racist, so who cares? Well, then I'd be like, ew, that's really gross. Like, I would say that's really gross behavior to take money out of people's wallets, period. But she didn't say that. She just said, yeah, I tried dating in the right-wing circles. I did it for a year. It was horrible. Let me tell you about it. And I was like, cool. I want to know what that's like. Yeah, I dated in this bubble. I tried. It was not for me. Like, that's a pretty cool story. So I feel like the way he's framing this is silly.
So on the other hand, she got amazing information. So I don't know, like, I'm kind of torn on it on that front. And then for the guys, so the part of the reason that they want to go back to the way things were is because, and I feel bad saying this, like the guys that were described, some of them are just awful human beings, right? The swastikas and the grabbing of her wrist and talking about beating women, just as despicable as you could be. These guys, unfortunately, they're not able to compete in the modern day. And be able.
There never were. I don't know why we're being so dishonest to men. Do you see how the patriarchy lies to men and tells them men always were viable candidates for partnership, which is not true? There's always going to be, and there always has been, groups of men who are unable to partner with people. That is just the truth. And you are part of that population and you believe so much in evolutionary biology, girl, you're about to be evolutionaried out of the dating pool. Congratulations, your sperm sucks. Now, obviously, since you don't like that answer, go to therapy. Your personality sucks. Oh, you don't like that answer either? Okay. You're starving from a meaning crisis. You should do some philosophy work. You don't like that answer either? Okay, hold on. Let me find an answer you're willing to engage with. Oh, there isn't any? Okay, cool. Or at least there isn't any answer that doesn't come at the expense and safety of women. Got it. So like, again, I think when we're having these conversations, we're being so dishonest with men that they've always had a chance. Women too, we've all struggled with partnership. This is a very unique time to be alive because people have more agency than they've ever had. You have to let people make choices. You have got to learn that being single is fine. My partner and I were both single for quite some time before we got together. Okay. And we were really happy with our lives, like really, really happy with our lives. And we only decided to get married because we made each other's life better. And we're best friends and we like each other a lot, obviously, and we're in love and blah, blah, blah. But like, we genuinely were like, I'm not going to marry you unless it literally is the right person because my life is so good right now. And I'm not going to get rid of that for you, you know? And so again, it's this idea that, that partnership is everything, that you're defined by your partnership, that you're unworthy if you're not partnered. And I grew up in that bubble, sort of. It's interesting. I grew up in a Catholic bubble that sort of said, like, don't marry the wrong person. Wait for the one God made for you. But yet I noticed that the boys, like, I do have a couple of, like, I've got one out of the 8 brothers who kind of struggled with dating because they actually struggled to date when they were young. And I noticed that my brothers who didn't struggle to date so much when they were young don't struggle as much as they get older. And so then I kind of wonder how much of this is actually just like, you need to date when you're young. But then my parents didn't allow us to date. We weren't supposed to date until we were 18. But then, you know, all of us had like secret boyfriends and girlfriends. But like, I look at the siblings that didn't have any romantic relationships in high school. And they are actually, there's 2 of them. They struggled the most, I think. And then the ones that didn't have exactly relationships but knew they were desirable did okay, right? I think it's just getting it when you're young to know that you're valued by strangers and people might be interested in you as friends or romantic relationships is helpful to build like a confidence. But maybe that's what's actually missing in a lot of these people. Because a lot of the incels that I've noticed exist often say they're autistic, they don't have good hygiene, they have a lot of mental health problems. And a part of me is like, yeah, I think you just have to be a person that likes yourself, that genuinely thinks like you're good and fun to be around, and then really understands that other people are like their own consciousness outside of you. Like people exist outside of you. I really think a lot of these people are actually craving validation. They're craving love. They're craving craving for someone to look at them and want them and to value them and to see that they're valuable, but they're looking in all the wrong places. And I do think parents are bad at their job. I think most parents are pretty bad at their job. I think a lot of parents are very bad at giving their kids their needs, or meeting their kids' needs. And I think that this is really the problem. So you got to stop blaming the women that won't date your sons and wonder how you raised a son that no one wants to date. Don't you think it's a little strange that you raised a son nobody wants to date? Considering that serial killers literally have like fangirls from outside of prison, how the fuck do serial killers have fangirls and your son can't get a date? Girl, that's crazy. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Okay?
To date women that they want to, and they get angrier and angrier, and then that isolation happens. And so the only thing they could think of.
Chat says, I guess if you're an ugly poor man, then you're fucked. Have you seen America? So many ugly poor men get pussy. I think this is also a lie. Ugly people have partners every day. I see ugly couples every day and they're beautiful. Okay, I refuse to believe ugliness is playing a role when all y'all ugly as fuck and you got ugly families and you're all so beautiful because of it. And I say that very, very sarcastically, but I'm sorry. Some of the ugliest people I know are very in love. And, studies have shown that the prettier you are, the less likely you are to be approached. That pretty people actually very much struggle with partnership because people are intimidated. So I don't want to hear it.
The only thing that resonates with them is Well, what if we could go back to when men controlled women and did it through violence? And so that way they couldn't disagree with us. They'd have to say yes, right? And so that is an enormous admission of defeat that you just couldn't figure out how to succeed in relationships.
Yeah, thank you, chat. I remember people having meltdowns that ugly people had orgies. How many people are on Twitter making fun, or TikTok, making fun of polyamorous people because poly people are ugly, but they're all getting pussy? Like, back off. Polyamory people be fucking, and whether or not you think they're ugly or not, they be fucking. And that's why you're jealous. That's why you're mad, because you think you deserve pussy and these people are getting it. Okay, trust me, I did poly for 10 years. You do not have to be attractive to get pussy. You just got to be a good person, bro. You just got to be nice. And all of a sudden, you're doing D&D and fucking strap-on sex right after. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm telling you, all these polyamorous friends I got who are 10 years into dating, all of them got multiple partners. Okay? Everyone's attractive in their own way, but not everybody's like a fucking 10 out here, okay? If you're a 6 at a dungeon, you're a 10. Do you know what I mean? If you're a 4 at a dungeon, you're like a solid 8. Like a 6 to 8. You don't got to be that hot, okay? And that's the point. I don't believe in this idea that you got to be pretty. Okay, I say that as somebody who's been misgendered and made fun of for how she looks. Somebody that's like somewhere in the middle. Like, people think I'm pretty, but people also think I'm ugly. Look, girl, if you think I'm hot, that's great. But like, when it comes to love, nobody cares what you look like. We only care about the relationship we're having to self and to you. So all these boys that are like, I'm too ugly and women won't date me. It's your personality, hun. And also, just a reminder, let's zoom out. 2 great people can still make a bad couple. All these people are settling. Everyone is settling. Okay, they're settling. And because you are settling, you are like, well, why can't I settle for somebody? Not everybody, if you're settling, there's different requirements. Okay? And because everybody is settling, I feel like sometimes these men are like, why won't anybody settle for me? Well, because if they're going to settle, they might as well settle for somebody who doesn't think they're a piece of shit for being born a woman. Or being born brown or disabled. Like, a lot of these men are mean. Like, a lot of these men are so mean. And they're like, why doesn't anyone like me? You're mean. You're literally a meanie.
In the modern world, right? And so, and I think that she's absolutely right that.
And I also think it's kind of gross to be a person whose only goal in life is to get laid. What are you, Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother? That's so old, bro. Okay? I think that's the other thing. If your whole goal is just to have sex, like, that's the problem. Nobody wants to be friends with you or get to know you. Like, who's going to be proud to be like, this is my friend George. He's really great. His ultimate goal in life is to get pussy. Like, that's not a good, that doesn't look good on the resume. That's so pathetic. That's so pathetic. Your whole dream in life is just to get laid? Hire a sex worker and treat them nicely.
They get into the spiral, right? First, they have the issues to begin with. Secondly, they then look for an excuse. Guys like Andrew Tate give them the excuse. And then they start becoming more misogynistic. And then that's not how this, I mean, there's plenty of misogyny in the world, but that is not how you're going to be able to successfully date in America these days, right? So that leads to more failure and more isolation and more anger and frustration and more hatred. And then they think, well, maybe that's the answer, more anger and hatred. And then they start going towards white nationalism and other like evils that come along with that spiral, right? So, and I think she did it kind of a really good job of exposing like the variety there and the depth of it, right? So you're getting a range of guys from bad to horrible. You're getting a range of like how they get down the rabbit hole, like a broad understanding of it. So there was a lot of value in it.
Also, okay, wait, hold on. Chat, I don't know. I'm going to use your comment to bounce off a larger idea I was thinking about. Wait, where did it go? I had it. You said, I never thought I was ugly or unattractive, but is this why people don't ask me out? Okay, so I want to talk about this because I'm an asker outer. I ask everybody out. I don't wait for people to ask me out, okay? I slid into my partner's DMs. I slid into people's DMs. Like, I don't wait for people to ask me out. Ain't got no time for a girl. I'm a Taurus, okay? I'm a Taurus. So as a girl who asks people out, here's what I've noticed. One, the reason I started asking people out is because men had said women never ask me out. So I was like, okay, I'll ask you out. That's the first thing, okay? Once I heard from men saying they're kind of insecure when it comes to asking women out, I was like, I'll do it then. I'll ask you out. Okay, the dilemma is, and here it is, it doesn't matter how many men I ask out if all of them are the wrong man for me, right? But let me tell you this, as a girl who's friends with other girls who don't ask men out and they want men to ask them out, and I use this story as an example. My friend and I will be at Target or something. We don't go to Target now, but you know what I mean. Okay, we'll be at Target. Target needs to get their shit together. And my friend does this. My friend's body language is this. Okay, they don't make eye contact. They don't look around. They're very much like this, which is great. You know, when I act like that, when I don't want anyone to talk to me. Versus when Brittany wants people to talk to her, I do this. And I make eye contact with every single person I pass by. I maybe even smile. Maybe I even like make a little bit of a face. I'm giving body language that says, I'm open. You can talk to me. Right? Now, sometimes when you give body language that says, don't talk to me, people still talk to you and those people suck. Right? And that's the difference. When you're giving closed body language and people talk to you, they suck. But if you're giving closed body language and you're like, why is no one talking to me? Well, then you suck. Okay? We are social creatures. Like birds be out here flapping their wings and being like, you got to do that too, girl. You got to be like, do you like me? You know what I mean? Do you like me? And then you got to actually get past the attraction part of the physicality and then actually see if you like the person as a person. And probably you won't. That's the other thing. You probably won't fucking like them. And that's okay too. Okay? You probably won't fucking like them. I think we forget that too. Just because you're vibing doesn't mean they're your person. And I know people get defensive. I went on this date with this guy during COVID and it just wasn't my person. Okay? Plenty of reasons, but wasn't my person. And I eventually told him over the phone and he was mad. He was like upset and I get that, but I think that's a part of training. We are not good at training people to accept breakups or like ending of things, right? And I think that's a learned skill and nobody has it. And I think I'm really good at it because of a biological experience that I have in my brain. When people say, oh, hey, Britt, like I'm not interested, I go, okay. And then it just shuts off. Any attraction, any interest I had in that person just goes away instantly. Something happens. I don't think I have control over it, but I go, oh, okay. And I think it's I'm convinced it's an efficiency, something in my brain that when I see, because I think of it as like I'm looking for that person. So if you're not my person, cool. I'm going to keep looking for that person. And I believe you have millions and millions of high compatibility partners. That's why, when I was serious about dating and courting, like not just getting to know myself, but like serious about it, it was easy for me to go on dates and be like, you're not my person. Next, you're not my person. Next, you're not my person. And then when I met my person, I was like, something about you. There's something about this girl, you know? Ooh, look at this little spammer says, is this why you got graped because you were too forward and looking forward? Oh, you tried to hurt my feelings today. Wow. Wow, you're lucky that I'm 36 and I've been to therapy. That's a very mean thing to say. See how they're mean? You see how they're mean? Wow. And then they wonder why they're alone and nobody wants to be with them. You all are mean. That's a mean thing to say. Yeah, I like how they said graped. I like how they had to censor the topic. Y'all are so mean. That's a horrible thing to say to somebody, you know? And then they sit here and wonder why they're single.
At the same time, leading them to.
What are we going to do with all these men? Ethan, come save this baby boy from chat. What are you going to do without all these men? Somebody needs to love these men. If nobody loves these men, what's going to become of them? What if they kill themselves because nobody loves them?
To believe you're on a real date when I don't think those are real dates at all, it does make me a little uncomfortable. So I don't know how to resolve that. So, okay, now that I said that, back to you.
Well, I get what you're saying there about she tricked them. But look, with this online dating, that goes on every day. Everyone's showing up as somebody else, and then in person, it's like, excuse me. So I can probably get past that. The one thing that as I'm reading through some of her observations, these are some extreme examples, like you said, tattoos and, white national and all kinds of stuff. But I did a focus group during the presidential campaign, Black men, right? And not all of them, but the majority, I would say, some of these same, and this is just one snapshot. Okay, it wasn't scientific. I'm not saying black men only think, but some of the things that these guys, according to Vera, represented about a better time and a man should lead. And they were talking about Kamala Harris as, she's too mouthy. She's too, her reasons were not your reasons, okay, Cenk, for their reasons for not voting for her. It was that, and by the way, why'd she pick that guy instead of one of us? And so this runs the gamut. And I hear this a lot.
I really wish they could ask that question and be really interested in it. Like, why did they pick her or pick them and not us? That's a really good question. I think that's a really good question. I wish we were actually interested in the answer.
From some guys who I know who say, you would emasculate someone. This is why, I'm happy in my house alone. So it's fine for now. Okay. But I'm just telling you what they say. They don't like a big mouth. Okay. And I think that that's something that is not just, doesn't just belong to guys who have swastikas on their arms and tattoos and things. There's a lot to examine here. I do agree with you though, when you say these are people who feel defeated and can't compete. If I wanted something, I would get after it, right? And not just think, well, because
it's interesting. It's hard to have this conversation because you kind of want to ignore the fact that hey, why are white nationalist men struggling with dating? Well, probably because you're a white nationalist. Next, okay, why are men who are not white nationalists struggling with dating? Probably because you're a misogynist. Next, why are men who aren't misogynists struggling with dating? Joke's on you, all men are misogynists until they deconstruct. So that's the dilemma. If American women are moving more progressive, liberal, and deconstructing, and men are moving more right and maintaining traditionalism, the answer is right there. What is the big fucking mystery? Y'all don't share values or perspectives. It's not that fucking deep. The question is, it's only deep if you are examining the individual. If you're examining trends, it's really fucking obvious. It's like saying hey, why aren't transphobes dating trans people? I don't know, maybe because they're fucking transphobic? Which is the joke, because a transphobe can date a trans person. But you know what I'm saying? What do you mean? It's so obvious. But the question, or I think the difference is that a lot of people's grandmas and moms settled for relationships, so they expect their wives to settle for them. Look, there's a reason why after divorce, women do better and men don't. Women literally do better after divorces, even when they get no money. Because I know a lot of men are like, oh, women do better after divorce because they have all this money. Even women who don't take a penny out of their divorces are literally happier after divorce than men. I'm telling you right now, any skill, any tool that women have picked up over the years, men are neglecting. I think when you're born, it's like when you're born a white man, you know what I mean? And you're born into privilege and with money, your struggle is just different. And you keep thinking, well, if they're struggling and I'm struggling, all struggle is the same. All struggle is different. And you don't understand that you were born into this idea of already being sort of the thing everybody wants to be. So you don't understand why you're not being picked. But you're not, one, in fashion anymore. And two, you're not good enough anymore because ultimately you're either ignorant in a way that's harmful, or two, you're unsafe because of your belief systems, or three, you're just not that interesting. We saw this on Love is Blind. So many of the men on that show were just kind of fucking basic boring in a way that these women just couldn't contend with. These men couldn't contend with the women. But the women are just I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. You know how men are oh, women, all they do is talk all day. Talk, 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 talk. You say that it's a bad thing. It's okay if you marry somebody who doesn't talk a lot because you don't talk a lot. Or you marry somebody who talks a lot because you don't mind. But for me, it's a perk that my partner likes to talk so much. I'm comforted in the fact that my partner likes to talk so much. So again, we do these dating things where it's one size fits all when it's so obviously not the truth. Just the fact that some of us are religious and some of us aren't obviously is going to play a role in dating. So if men are more likely to go to Christian churches or Muslim church or mosques and they're becoming more religious, then the women who aren't are obviously not going to be paired up with them. The issue is that instead of being okay with that, men are saying women ought to become religious. Women ought to have babies. Women ought to move towards traditionalism. So I love that feminism is the blame for everything. So when women are more miserable because of feminism and men are more miserable because of feminism is their thinking. When in reality, it's just a lack of acceptance that we're moving in different directions. We're doing different things. The world is changing. This is why I say, please know that you can have a joyful life as an individual and as a community member, but it's not defined on whether or not you have a partner. And the more you have a better relationship with yourself, I promise you, not only will you be okay not being partnered, but when you find that person you know is high compatibility, it will feel as magical as the storybooks. It will feel like it's 1 in a million. It will feel so cool because you're like, wow, this is real. The dilemma is people pretend they have it and they don't. And then when they all get divorced 4 or 5 years into the marriage, they're like, how did this happen? You didn't know who you married. You were not having what I call high compatibility. You were having what I call settling. This guy's nicer than the last guy I dated, so good enough. This woman's prettier than the last girl I dated, so good enough. You know? Chet says, Brittany, why do you think that lots of guys get mad when girls call them boring? I think the word, it's the same word with basic. Like, it sounds insulting because there's a value judgment on it. But I think what I like to think of it as is like the bubble difference. Like, honestly, I think like a lot of religious seminars are really boring. But to be honest, I also think D&D stuff is so fucking boring. Did I marry somebody who plays like Pathfinder and D&D twice a week? I did. I think it's really fucking boring. And I have to really put on my thinking cap when I'm listening to my partner talk about it so I can sort of engage. But I think it's really fucking boring. But without it being a judgment, my partner just sees it as me explaining how I don't like it. Not that it's boring outside of my perception. I don't think it's boring outside of my perception. I think it's boring within my perception. So when my partner talks to me about it, like I'm excited for them, but like I have no way of engaging in this thing that's as exciting. Kind of like anime. My partner and I both love anime. So when we talk about anime, we're both really excited and we think it's really, really great. But when other people are like, ew, I would never date a guy who watches anime, I'm like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the people in my life don't watch anime. A lot of my besties don't watch anime, but we have other things we have in common. Do you know what I'm trying to say to you? I'm trying to say that people take it personal when people are talking about themselves. No, I think there's a way to do it that's not rude. So if somebody was coming up to me and they were like, I really love D&D, I'd be like, oh my gosh, that's so great. My partner plays D&D. I wouldn't sit there and be like, actually, I think D&D is boring because that's fucking rude. Okay, that's not okay. When people share their happiness with you, you don't get to poo-poo it all over it. Okay, you get to say, that's so great. I'm so glad that's good for you. Assuming it's not bigotry. Assuming they're not like, you know what I love? Racism. You're like, that's so great. Like, okay, that's not the thing. So I think that's the thing is like, when we're dating people, we should be kind in explaining like, or moving past our differences. Now I'll say this, when a person asks me, why don't you want to further date me? I think when I was younger, I would blame it on the specifics of the relationship. And now that I'm older, I would just say like, I'm looking for a very specific partner who kind of sees the world and does the world like me in their current form. And I just feel like we're not matched right now, but that's okay because you're going to be like really happy with somebody else for sure, or whatever that means. But I'm looking for a very specific person. I just don't think you're it. And if they go, well, why not? Then I have to go like, well, for one, the person I want to be with values consent. I don't want to be with you. That's all you need to know. Do you know what I mean? We're just dating. That's all you need to know. We're on a first date. That's all you need to know. Now, if I've been married to my partner for 15 years, my partner goes, hey, I don't want to be with you. Okay, now you're going to have to explain why, because we've kind of been living together for 15 years. You don't get to just say, I don't want to be with you. It's like, yeah, you have the consent to leave this marriage, but I think I'm entitled to know why. We've kind of been together for a long time, bro. You're kind of my best friend. So if my sibling was like, hey, I don't want to talk to you anymore, I'd be like, hey, why? And usually they'll tell me and I'm like, okay, bye. Right? Like I'm not going to stop somebody from not wanting to be around me. But I feel like you build a relationship enough with some people to feel a little entitled to know why. But if they don't want to tell you, they don't want to tell you. So also you're not entitled literally, but it's okay to feel entitled. What's weird is that people you've been dating for like a week or two feel entitled to know why in a way that they feel like is going to give them the insight into themselves. But you have to understand, like, if you're dating a Catholic and the Catholic person accidentally goes on a date with a pro-choicer and they go, oh, I'd keep dating you, but you're pro-choice. The pro-choicer doesn't then become pro-life to date the Catholic. At least I hope not. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't change to be dateable to the person you're dating. You date somebody that matches your values, and then you grow into a person that's going to be healthy. My partner and I are always aiming to be more healthy, but we're not aiming to change our political views to be more attractive to each other. I like my partner exactly for who they are, and if this is who they are forever, I'm on board. But we always have to be growing. It's a requirement of our relationship. A lot of relationships also divorce because of stagnation. For some reason, there is a stereotype of men becoming very stagnant in their relationships, and the women outgrow them. And I think a big part of that is that women are community members. So we're very big on thinking about people. Think about Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel is very much thinking of the community. Now imagine if Miss Rachel was dating a guy who did not encourage or uplift her in this endeavor. That would be a pretty big deal. It'd be a pretty big deal if my partner was like, hey, I don't like the way you advocate for LGBT people on your stream every day. Like, just think about how weird that would be if I told you guys, oh, my partner, yeah, they're super, like, they're not very big on the multiple gender stuff or whatever. Wouldn't that be so fucking weird? But I think that's happening. I think a lot of women are going home to men that are, just like we saw in yesterday's podcast, we did a stream where we watched a podcast where she's like, I don't know how my husband voted for Trump. Look, if your husband voted for Barack Obama but is in tech, he most likely is going to vote for Trump. And that's what's funny. Liberal women, not progressive women, liberal women know that a lot of the people who voted for Obama were conservative. I don't know how you didn't learn this. Everybody knows that the reason all those people came out to vote for Barack is because a lot of conservatives came out to vote for Barack. I don't know why anyone thought voting for Barack Obama meant you wouldn't vote for Trump. See, to me, I would assume any guy who voted for Barack and specifically is in tech and specifically identifies as a Democrat or a liberal is more likely to vote for Trump. Definitely. The fact that by the way, Barack Obama was a long fucking time ago. Can I also just point that out? In yesterday's stream, the woman said, my husband and I marched for Obama. Obama was like a billion years ago. Where did he go with Biden, Trump? Where did he go with all the elections in between then? What happened in 2016? Like, have you talked to your partner about politics at all in the last 8 years, 10 years? Do you know what I mean?
This or that. I don't get a fair shake in this world, but that's it's interesting what she did. A little contrived, I think, but I still found it interesting.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I'm landing on contrived, but definitely interesting. And so now back to the main issue of the guys there. You put it so well in so many ways, and I want to. Really emphasize it because I think this is important. So for the guys who are at the bottom of the rabbit hole that went all the way down that rabbit hole, and they're, whatever their race is, but they've got these crazy thoughts about a woman shouldn't have independent thought or doesn't have independent thought, and we should have consequences for their disagreeing with me and that kind of nonsense talk. Look, if they take any kind of action towards that, that's easy, arrest, etc. Right? I'm not talking about speech. I'm talking you hit someone. There's got to be, don't talk about consequences, there's got to be real consequences for that, right? So we're not having any of that. We're not having any of that, right? What? But for the guys who are at the beginning of the rabbit hole, we on the left, I feel, do too much of, you're a loser, you couldn't compete, etc.
See, this is the not so erudite position. I hate this position. This position of before the boys really get radicalized, we should get them out of that position. What do you think happened to the rest of us? What about every other minority that manages not to go down this rabbit hole? What are we doing different that you're not doing? That's the fucking question. What about all of us who are gay, straight, trans? We were all literally sitting here having to figure it out on our own, and we didn't, during that course, become fucking racist bigots. What did we do different? Well, a big part of it is that we were raised as women or raised femme, or we were actually curious, or we had different pathways, or we were men who weren't put in those positions because our curiosity outpaced our bigotry, right? That should be the question. What happened differently? Why did this group go this way and this group go that way? And I'm going to be honest with you, when I look at my brothers, I think it was parenting. I think my parents failed a lot of my brothers. In terms of paying attention to social media, also paying attention to their misogyny, and my parents voted for Trump. So why wouldn't my brothers then vote for Trump? I remember when my dad was arguing with my brothers over Andrew Tate. My dad was like, why do you like Andrew Tate? He's a bad person. My brother's like, he's kind of cool and he fights. He's kind of cool. My dad's like, I don't like him very much. Just like Jordan Peterson, who doesn't like Tate very much. But then who do these men like? They like Trump and Netanyahu. I don't know. I don't think my dad likes Netanyahu. But you know what I'm saying? They like Trump. What's the difference between Trump and Tate? What do you actually think is the fundamental difference? That's how these men are missing it. That's how these men are fucking missing it. That Peterson and my dad, who hate Tate, love Trump. Y'all need to fucking make it make sense. And these young boys that you're confused by who chose Tate, they chose Tate for the same reason you chose Trump. Period. And the fact that they can't figure that out is what's crazy. Like, are you for real right now? Please.
And I want to be clear that that's not what I mean. I mean, like, I get it, guys. You're having trouble competing. And I've said this for many years.
And back to the chatter in my chat who said competing against two. Exactly. Competing against two, girl. Get it out of your head, you capitalist. You're not in a rat race for love, y'all. You're in the rat race for meaning. And get out of the rat race because meaning isn't found in it. Chad says, how do you and your pro-Trump siblings interact with each other, especially with your videos criticizing their stances? Well, first, they don't watch my content. And if they do watch my content, they already know where I stand. We just have a conversation about it. It's awkward. We get through it. They know where I stand, right? When I walk in the house, they're like, the progressives here. And I'm like, what's up? You know what I mean? Yeah, like, I don't know. We're siblings and we want to prioritize our relationships over our politics, but also like none of us are budging. I'm not budging on my politics. And like they might budge one day, but right now they're just like boys. Not all of them too. I have 8 brothers. Each brother has their own personal, unique way of looking in the world. So I'm generalizing a lot for them. But each brother has their own personal relationship with meaning, ideology, belief, political stance. Some haven't even registered to vote, but like love Trump. So like every single one of them has their own, their own viewpoint, right? I'm just generalizing for the sake of conversation, right? Chad says, what about their partners who also support Trump? Who said they have partners? My brother's single as fuck. My brother's handsome, single, and employed. Only 2 of my brothers are currently in relationships. I think that's right. Yeah, I think only 2 of my brothers are in relationships right now. Because my family didn't raise us prioritizing being in a relationship to be in one. They date and stuff, but like they don't really vibe. They're not vibing. And a lot of the younger ones, like, yeah, no one's, I'm telling you, there is an economic crisis happening. Nobody has time to date. We're all working 80 hours a week. All my brothers work like 10 hours a day. Ain't no time to date when you're working as much. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the other thing. Like, my mom thought all her kids would have 10 kids by now. Not in this economy. Not in this economy. Stop blaming women and blame the economy. None of us have time to date. None of us have time to meet people. You know what I mean? I think people are forgetting this loneliness epidemic men are feeling. It's tied to the economy.
Years now. I had trouble competing, right? And I was a nerd. I was a significant nerd. And I was super nervous around women, right? Around girls and stuff.
This is settling culture. Competing culture is settling culture.
Like that. And I didn't know how to get there. And slowly I figured it out. And so the answer isn't being antagonistic to women. That is definitely not the right answer, right? The answer isn't insulting women. That is not the right answer, right? And the answer isn't, hey, give up or etc. Or for us to go ha-ha to them, right? I think the answer is showing them, hey, how do you do it? Not in a patronizing way, but in a way like, look, guys, I'll tell you my point of view on it. The number one thing that will help you in that regard is confidence, okay? And not like in an ugly way, just in a strong, real way. Secure with yourself, and this is what I'm going to do in the world, this is what I'm doing in the world, this is what I want to accomplish.
But not because you're trying to get a partner. If your motivation from doing anything is just to have a partner, just like money, listen to me. If your only reason for doing anything is to get money, when you get it, you're still going to be lost. If your only reason for doing anything is to get pussy, then when you get it, you're going to be lost. Everything you do must have a bigger meaning than getting something. It must have a meaning to it. That's the dilemma. That's why all these men, Myron Gaines says you should have sex with 500 women or whatever. Yeah, because he's unhappy. He's gross. He has money, fame, status, women. The man is so unhappy. The man is so unjoyful. It's insane, you know?
Accomplish, this is who I am. This is my beliefs and holding strong to that. And when you do that, I think that's what people respect and that's what folks, I mean, you want to talk about biology, that's what folks are looking for. A strong man doesn't beat up on other people. A strong man isn't insecure and doesn't lash out. A strong man does his own thing and then tries to find someone who loves that and works with them on that, right? And is a partnership. I think you'd be far better off going in that direction. But Sharon, that's my guess as a guy. What do you think?
I think you could have you should maybe take that on the road and think how many people you could help by just talking about your experience. But I agree with you. Confidence to me is the sexiest thing. I tend to think you don't even, looks are one.
I think humility is very attractive to me. I actually prefer humility more than confidence. I think humility is a better form of confidence than confidence, because confidence, especially by American standards, is ego, and humility is confidence through like a wholesome ego. You know what I mean? Like, you want a healthy ego. I actually prefer wise humility in my partner. I think that's what I was always missing. I always went for guys that felt confident or women that felt confident, but all of them lacked humility. All of them lacked like a deep sense of kindness. Yeah, I think this is the first partner I've been with that is deeply kind. And yeah, like a deeply kind person, you know? Chet says, I guess my question was, if your MAGA brothers found a MAGA partner, would you extend the same grace to them you would your brothers? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Yeah, like my sister-in-law's great. She's fucking awesome. My farm brother's wife, she's great. She's fabulous. She's just everything. She's a conservative. She's great though. She's fabulous. Yeah, whoever my brothers fall in love with and have a life with, and that's their life partner, like they're my sibling now. They're my family. Yeah, for sure. Like we're not the kind of family that marries strangers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we're the kind of family that like who you marry is now family, period. Like you are now family. You are now a part of the guild. Do you know what I mean? We don't really have, yeah, like even ex-partners who have been in the family, like married into the family and divorced, like they're still homies. They're still family. Do you know what I mean? Like once you marry into the family, like, but to be fair, like we've never really married somebody who didn't get there. So maybe that'd be different if somebody married. Nobody's married the wrong person in that sense. Like even the person that got divorced in the family, they married like a really great person. They just didn't work out. Like, I don't know. They like, you know, Jess says, what if you married a woman? Well, you did, never mind. Well, I think the difference is like, if I married a AFAB person, or if something, you know, if the partnership presents it in a way that's against people's religion, it's not really about that person, because there are siblings that would treat them like family. So like there's 12 people in my family. And if majority of those people treat my partner like a family member, then like the family treats you like a family member. Or if all, you know what I mean? If the ones I have a relationship with treat you like a family member, you're a family member. Like I remember when I was dating a girl, she came to meet my siblings and they like embraced her. Even the ones that were a little bit more conservative or like still chill, they embraced her. It's not like they rejected her or something. Like my parents didn't meet her, but like my siblings met her and they were cool with her. So like, yeah, my siblings are different than my parents. Like even Farm Brother is like, I think happy to meet partners. I think it's just like different. Now, whether or not that partner could show up in front of the kids, we don't know. We've never had that happen. We'll see when my gay brother has a partner, like how that goes. And we'll see, like, you know, who knows? Well, who knows what the future has, right? My sister could end up with a girl. Like a lot of things could happen. Somebody could be trans. Like what if somebody transitions? Like we don't know. We don't know what the future holds, but we'll have to cross that when it comes to it. And family will be tested. Love will be tested, right? Like things will be tested. Values will be tested. Religion will be tested. You know, I'm sure every day my mom's like, please, no transitions, please. Because what would they do? My parents didn't stop talking to their kids for being gay. Would they stop talking to their kids for being trans? We'll never know. Or maybe we will. Who knows? You know what I mean? You never know. Yeah, it will be what it is. Okay, we've had a great conversation about this. Let's go ahead and end it here. We'll move on to a documentary I recently came across, smaller channel, but it's about antinatalism. I know a few people in my chat were a little confused about a month ago. I don't remember, guys, where you were a little confused about whether or not I was an antinatalist when I'm obviously so clearly not one. But let's watch a documentary on it to see what it's about, what's the vibe about. And I did for a short time, about 10 years ago or so, think I was an antinatalist. And then I realized I'm not one. But it's an interesting idea. I thought it'd be cool to watch the documentary together. So it's a YouTube documentary, and it'd be pretty exciting to go over this with you guys. Let me take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back and we'll watch it together. All right, here's some Samantha Dragonati. And I'll be right back. right. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
These are the neighbors. No kids, no kids, no kids, no kids, kids,
How's the
no
volume?
kids, adult kid, that should have been aborted. Yeah, pretty much no kids.
Ooh.
I had fallen deep down a rabbit hole, researching the philosophy of antinatalism, the belief that having children is morally wrong.
When you bring somebody into the world, you are gambling with their life.
You're putting all that risk on them of cancer, dementia, you know, all the horrible things we see.
Oh my God, there's literally a movement. I'm fucking dead. I've never seen like the actual like bubble in action.
That's actually wrong.
You have a big grin on your face.
Well, I mean, it's just so fundamentally true, and I think a lot of people don't understand that.
There's no reason for you to reproduce.
I'm not convinced by it.
I'm not convinced by it, and I don't think any sort of convincing is ever going to undo the biological imperative to have children.
And yet, this fringe belief continues to attract new followers.
A 27-year-old man in India is suing his parents for giving birth to him without his consent.
Bit of a revelation, really, to actually find that there are people that think along the same lines.
Taken to its logical conclusion, the implications of antinatalism are hard to stomach.
The name voluntary human extinction pretty much sums it up.
Extinction is a word he uses.
I want everyone to die.
Ooh, who was that other guy who wanted to extinct a whole group of people? Zeke? I'm just kidding. I'm making an Attack on Titan joke. Okay. Interesting. There is a philosophical question to be asked. Yes, Chad, Zeke, indeed. You read my mind. Okay. Yes. There is a philosophical question to ask about harm reduction. Is it more harm reduction not to have children? I think it would heavily depend on the metric. And this is always the question is like, what's the metric? You know what's annoying about Indiana Jones? She was so fucking annoying earlier. She wants our attention. Both of us are busy right now. I let her into my office and now she wants out of my office. So annoying. Hold on. I don't want to miss this. No, you could have just stayed. Bye. So needy, bro. She's so needy. Okay. Yeah, I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. So I'm not going to tell you to have a baby or not have a baby.
Otherwise, you just carry on and on and on and on forever.
And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
I've set out to understand what draws people.
Okay, yeah, but Elon having 11 kids or whatever that he doesn't even spend time with is not any better. Okay? Elon having 11 kids, girl, don't even get. Okay.
Antinatalism.
The end of suffering forever, that's a really tough thing to say no to.
What kind of toll does it take on their lives?
I think a lot of people would assume that antinatalists would resent their parents.
Yeah, they wronged me by bringing me here.
And how does it relate to wider issues?
Full reproductive freedom doesn't exist anywhere.
Is antinatalism simply a crisis of mental health?
Suicide is very brave.
I'm so happy that my friends are free.
Or do they have a point?
Existence is the problem.
Yo, suicide is very brave is quite a statement.
The solution is never existence.
Do you wish I hadn't been born?
Most people underestimate the amount of bad in their lives.
I think it would have been better for the world and for you not to have been born.
Interesting. Okay, I'm ready.
There is no purpose. You're just trapped in a prison. Not my words. They belong to the Antinatalist Reddit group, which boasts over 200,000 members.
Woo!
Scrolling through it is enough to drive you to drink. The only question is if the glass is half full or half empty. No prizes for guessing which an antinatalist would choose.
Think about all of your poor unborn children who have no problems right now, but if you create them, they're going to have a whole lot of problems just created just by that one moment of, you know, a nice feeling and a rub-a-dub-dub.
I was outside King's Cross Station in London, watching Danny Shine interact with the public.
This is what I'm saying, we're all deluded, and people like that are having children, can you imagine? Which is why I always carry some spare condoms to anybody who has half a chance this evening of making some poor woman pregnant.
And on one of his breaks, I found myself on the receiving end of a diatribe.
There's no reason to do it. Think about why you do want to. Why? Why do you want to? What, you want to be like the master of somebody else's life? You want to tell them what to do? You want to guide them? You want them to look up to you? Do you want that? Well, fuck for. You got your own little fucking life to take care of and all your own bullshit and demons and all this shit that we've all got, yeah? So why would you do that? Why would you even want to? You can parrot any old stupid shitty line, but if your child is asking you why did you have me when they're in crisis, you need to tell them the truth. Why would you?
My parents say they did it because they love us. They did it for the glory of God. They did it because it was their calling. They did it because it was a part of their meaning. They did it because they wanted to become parents. It's kind of interesting. Like, why do we have children? Look, the reason people might think I'm an anti-natalist is because I do ask these questions. I just don't ask it with a conclusion. I actually don't care if you have babies or not. I think we like live on a floating rock in space. You know what I mean? Like, you're just an animal. We're just an animal. We're just fucking, right? The question is, do you know why you're having a baby? I'm asking you philosophically, do you know why you're having a baby? And then that's up to you to answer it, right? But like, he's just like anti-making babies. Like, I don't believe that you can avoid suffering, right? So these are two different schools of thought. So for those who are always wondering, like, why does Brittany maybe sound like this? Hopefully I don't sound exactly like this, but I'm asking from a philosophical lens, not a prescription lens. He's making a prescription.
I was struggling to figure out how much of this Danny really believes and how much is a provocative form of street theatre. So I arranged to meet up with Lawrence Anton, an antinatalist whose actions speak louder than words.
Can we talk about your scrotum?
Yeah. I don't get asked that by a man every Tuesday evening.
You have had a vasectomy?
Yeah, yeah.
How old were you when you had it?
23, I think. The way I saw it was that
Hold on, Discord said, are anti-natalists just incel losers that went a different way? Absolutely not. No, it's different. Anti-natalists in a very generalized sense do have the same overlap in terms of bitterness that the incels can end up expressing, but it's like dealing with a nihilist, right? A really negative nihilist. It's people who have a very strong belief about the ideas around suffering that are very superficial. And so the conclusion is very bad, right? People who suffer with no wisdom will come to very bad conclusions about how to solve it. And this is just one of the many examples. Like, anti-natalists definitely be fucking. They're just sterilized, right? Incels aren't fucking, so they think the partnership aspect is their lack of value, right? It's a very different bubble, but I think what's similar, what you might be seeing that's similar is the bitterness. Suffering is hard. Nobody likes to fucking suffer, especially no one likes to hear somebody in privilege telling you that suffering is just part of life. But philosophically speaking, of course, suffering is just a part of life. You can't avoid suffering, which is why I recommend we learn to suffer wisely. Because wise suffering is a lot different than just suffering. As somebody who has done both, I highly recommend wise suffering.
if I did change my mind after having a vasectomy, I've only screwed over myself. But if I don't get a vasectomy and an accident happens, I've screwed over someone else in terms of like.
And I do think a big part of this narrative is also rooted in fear. There's a lot of fear elements here. So I say don't do anything because you're desperate or afraid.
Creating them. And also, if I did have a vasectomy and lived to regret it, and I wanted to have a child, I could adopt, right? And that's not a bad thing.
I suppose what I'm curious is when you're going through a really euphoric moment in your life, something really joyous, do you ever doubt your convictions?
Well, in the most euphoric times, I'm probably not thinking about antinatalism because I'm like so in the moment with whatever's going on. But if someone was to like drag me out of it for a split second and say, think about the moment you're in now, it's amazing to have those euphoric moments, but if I was never born, I wouldn't exist to...
Yeah, what the fuck was that question? No offense. What does that question have to do with antinatalism? That's a question of like, would you have been sad if your parents aborted you? Like, no. What do I care if my parents aborted me? See, that's the same line of question, but said differently.
Be deprived of them.
We walked up Primrose Hill to gaze out over the city beneath us. And I couldn't help but ask if Lawrence was really okay with all those millions of people eventually disappearing if antinatalists were to get their way.
I do understand the sentimentality of why people find that sad, but once it's happened, there will be no one around to be sad about it, you know? And I don't think sentimentality is a good enough reason to impose suffering and death on millions and millions of people in new generations.
I'll give you an example. Chat says, how do you suffer wisely? I'll give you an example of the ways I saw my parents suffer really wisely. There was a time in my life where my parents were struggling financially and with all these kids and moving house to house, you know, because we would rent a new place. We moved like 12 times as kids, and new neighborhoods, new friends, new stuff, blah, blah, blah. Some of the friends stayed the same. I'm not the kind of girl that didn't grow up with friends throughout her whole life because we were homeschooled. I obviously had my homeschooling friends and my neighborhood friends. My neighborhood friends changed, but my homeschool friends stayed the same my whole life. Okay. And one day, I remember there was a flooding. We're staying with my grandpa. There was a flooding in the house, and my parents made a game out of it. They were struggling, had to stay with friends and family. Everything was a mess, but they laughed through the whole process. There is a way to suffer wisely when everything is going wrong around you. Now, another way they could have done it is by taking it out on us, screaming at us, neglecting us, blaming us. They could have gone out and gambled all of the money they had left. They could have avoided us. They could have they could have been irresponsible. But in the moment, they just decided to, quote, give it to God, right? Because they're Catholics. Okay. There's a lot of wise suffering in Catholicism that kind of comes out in the lore of it all. But, you know, you have to make the decision to not succumb to the burden of the responsibility of the suffering. This goes back to wise responsibility, right? You must accept things for what they are and then choose in that moment not to give in to despair, right? You're not a bad person if you're in despair, but we make decisions. Now, the choose is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because, you know, you said, is wisdom in choice? It's the wisdom in the choice, but the wisdom has to be earned. So you're not a bad person if you've experienced despair or if you've been unable to engage in, you know, wisdom. I think I've been wise at moments of my life, but I do not consider myself a wise person. I think wisdom is earned. Okay. And it's not earned by becoming a millionaire, right? This is the Uncle Iroh journey. Uncle Iroh isn't wise because he was a military captain. He's not wise because he was born into the Fire Lord's family. He's not wise because he's a firebender. Uncle Iroh earns wisdom throughout the series. Uncle Iroh isn't actually technically even wise when we meet him in the series. He makes a lot of unwise decisions consistently. Uncle Iroh goes through his own wisdom journey, and I would argue that the wisest version of Iroh exists in Korra, not even in Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Chess says, how do you earn wisdom? Well, there's a lot of philosophical thoughts about how to earn wisdom. And I think Eastern philosophy probably has one of the better understandings of it. But a big part of it is that you have to go on a journey. Think of any anime you've seen, or even think about Quentin Tarantino's obsession with, like, you know, the Kill Bill scene where she goes and has to be trained under the guru. You know what I mean? There's an idea that it has to be earned, that you can't just show up and think you're worthy of it because you got a big fucking cock. You gotta earn it with humility. You have to earn it through humility. I feel like if an American, like a typical boy, went to the guru in Kill Bill and he was like, I'm not gonna eat rice off the floor. You're not gonna make me feel this way. How dare you humiliate me? If it was Tate, he'd be like, where's your Bugatti? And then he'd walk away. But to earn humility is to earn wisdom. Wisdom and humility are lovers. You know, so you have to have the humility to allow yourself to be taught, and you have to earn the wisdom by going through the journey. So this is why I say maybe I'll die unwise, but I'm on the journey. At least I can say I'm on the journey, but I know I'm not a wise person. You can see it in my content. You can see it in my moments. You can see it when I'm engaging. You can see that I am lacking the wisdom. But hopefully you can also see that I'm on the journey. And if you don't, that's okay, because I know it. But I know the difference between Brittany who was on the journey and Brittany who was not on the journey. And the Brittany who was not on the journey, in despair, self-harming, suicidal ideations and attempts, like she was miserable, thousands of dollars in debt, no sense of purpose, completely lost in the universe. It took years of transformation. And I didn't even start my journey into wisdom until I turned 30. Once I turned 30 for me, so it took 30 fucking years, then I started to actually go on this journey, right? But I assume I'll be on it for the rest of my life, possibly into death, because I don't know. I don't know what, you know, so I hope that answers your questions.
It seemed as though every answer begged another question, which was how I found myself traveling across the pond for 2 weeks of intense filming with antinatalists in the US. First up was Chicago, home to Amanda Sukanek, an artist, podcaster, and antinatalist archivist who's a prominent figure in the community. I arranged to meet Amanda at the apartment she'd grown up in.
Hello. Hey, Amanda. Hi. How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
You know, I had...
That's an autistic queen right there. That's an autistic queen right there.
Inklings of some...
That's mostly a joke, but that's autism. If that is not autism, then I'm not autistic. Girl got a collection. Girl has a strong sense of justice. Girl got books up the butt. Girl is an autist. Love her.
Thing like antinatalism in very early childhood. Like I can kind of show one example here. So one of my childhood heroes was the Phantom of the Opera. You know,
autist.
And there's a lot of
in the best way possible
birth lamentation. And you know, the first line in this children's adaptation is, "I curse the day I was born." And I'm like, there might be something to that.
No. Chet says, to be fair, you can have all those things and not be autistic. Can you? Can you? Look at her. Look at her. Look at what she looks like. Look at her clothing choices. Look at her hair. Look at the collections behind her. Do you really think so? Do we really think you can have all this and not be autistic? I don't know. I don't know. Y'all better start getting assessed. I don't know.
Put that on the back burner and think about that later. Sorry, you were going to ask something.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, do you curse the day you were born?
I mean, it's a kind of a yes or no answer. You know, I curse the fact that risks were taken with my sentient welfare. I curse the fact that I'm going to die one day, and that I have no guarantee that that's going to be some sort of, you know, wistful, calm, peaceful transition from being alive to not being alive. There's a lot of regrets that I have about choices that were made against my, you know, without consulting me. It was impossible to consult me, but I regret that I could not be consulted. That's not to say that there aren't a lot of things in my life that I love. I mean, I think this room sort of is a chapel to the things in my life that I love, you know. I think I'm more scaling towards.
Okay, this woman got an anime she likes. I think we know what her favorite anime is.
Yeah, I mean, I do wish that I had never been born. I think that procreation is an egregious act of violence, basically. And so I definitely do. Yeah, sorry. Blah, 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 blah.
No.
Okay, now, how many of us wish we were never born? I don't feel that way. Like for me, like I don't wish I was never born. I'm indifferent. I don't care that I was born. I don't care that I was born. I think that's the other side of it. I wish I was never born. I'm very grateful to be born, and I don't care that I was born. Like, I don't care. I have no attachment to the fact that I exist. I just do. And so I'm like, okay. Like, I'll be vibing, you know? So she regrets that she was born. Like, she wishes she wasn't born. That's very interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
because some people might say making the choice for someone else to bring them into the world, but you're also
and I've only wished I was never born when I was depressed and suicidal because I was grieving. But I don't think you need to be in a negative headspace to think that. I think you might have that experience without it being mental health. For me, the only time I've ever wished I wasn't born was when I was suffering and I couldn't handle it. But that's different. That's a reactive wish. That's not a real wish. That's a wish I feel because I'm pushed into a corner. I don't think she's experiencing that. She doesn't feel like she's pushed into a corner. She doesn't feel like she's desperate. She feels like she's just making a stance based off of a philosophical viewpoint, kind of like pro-lifers or pro-choicers, right?
Giving them all of these benefits and nice things.
Yeah.
How do you hold that view against antinatalism?
The idea that there's all this control over the kind of life that you can, there's no guarantees. There's absolutely no guarantee that you're going to be able to provide the beings that you create with any of these joys or any of these satisfactions. But what you can guarantee is that you're creating a being that will die and that will inevitably experience suffering. You want to sit on the couch?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
What drew me to antinatalism as a subject matter wasn't so much the philosophy as understanding how it plays out in the lives of those who follow it. So I put a question to Amanda which had been on my mind most of the morning.
It's so unpalatable to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Does it affect relationships or dynamics with people?
So I think that this gets into something where, this is one of the reasons why antinatalist activism has such a difficult time. Because to espouse these views, to put these kinds of views forward as a part of your identity has a cost to it. It has a social cost to it. There's no question about that. And I think that I am in a unique situation where, like, I'm somebody who's not had to pay social costs for being the way that I am. And I know people will hear that and think I'm trying to tell some sort of sob story. It's fine. I have no problem with it. But, like, I've always been genderqueer. I've always been overweight. I've always been, an unusual individual for somebody born female. And so I'm used to sort of paying those kinds of social costs. Like in some ways, I'm sort of an ideal person to espouse the
autism as well. I'm waiting for it. Say it.
These views, because the idea that it's going to cost me more of that kind of means nothing to me. It means a lot to a lot of other people, though. And I think that that's primarily the reason why so much antinatalism is behind closed doors, which is another reason why I think it's so important that those that do feel comfortable about it do it. Have more of a responsibility to do it. So yeah, I'm proud. I'm proud and pleased to be somebody that can, and I feel like I have a responsibility to.
Maybe it's like a form of veganism for them in a sense, like a sense of harm reduction based off of this belief around consent. Because I do think and this is the difference we get into, and this is the issue I see with the Ethan Klein. Follow me here. Don't let me lose my train of thought. There is a difference between us genuinely having philosophical disagreements, somebody going through a mental health crisis, and somebody doubling down with a mixture of mental health, but also bad arguments. And I feel like these things are different. Like, I feel like I could talk to her and just have a philosophical conversation, and she feels very sane to me. But like Ethan, I couldn't talk to because he's too wrapped up in his feelings along with bad opinions. And then there's people who are just like out of their minds. And like those people need mental intervention, right? Ethan isn't out of his mind. He's experiencing high levels of stress in regards to having bad opinions that aren't widely accepted, and he feels offended by that. But she's not having that experience, or they're not having that experience. They're having an experience of like, this is just how I feel. I have a strong belief in this system. I think it's right. And I think other people are wrong. And that's that. Right? Like for me, I feel like this person and I could have a great philosophical conversation about antinatalism. You know what I mean? They don't seem out of their mind. Right? And so I think that's what happens is like Ethan isn't out of his mind. He's, I don't think you're bad if you're out of your mind. You're just having a medical emergency. Ethan's not having a medical emergency. He's just having a stress-induced relationship with rejection, something like that, you know?
Antinatalism is a philosophy which has grown slowly and steadily as it spread through the corners of the internet. Until 2019, when it exploded briefly into the mainstream.
A 27-year-old man in India is suing his parents for giving birth to him without his consent.
The lawsuit didn't go ahead, but the flurry of news stories around it.
His parents are lawyers, as far as I remember the story that happened. His parents were lawyers, and they were like, I'll see you in court. They thought it was kind of funny, if I recall.
Exposed many more people to the belief. Overnight, the Reddit group was flooded with new members, and with that influx came misconceptions. I wanted to meet one of the people policing the discourse online, so I traveled down to San Antonio, Texas to meet an administrator of the largest antinatalist Facebook group, Kirk Waller.
You know what? Chat says, the birth process is traumatic enough that I've heard the brain erases good parts of it both, and the mother and the kid both might be yes. You know what? I've been seeing this new influx of anti-birth movements that are talking about the horrors of giving birth because people don't know. Do you know who I saw talking about? Not exactly that, but something adjacent was Lean Beef Patty. Patty was talking about how she doesn't really want kids, how her mom had 2 kids and says, oh, I do it again, I do it again, I do it again. But she's like, I can't imagine something more terrifying than having a baby. Now, look, I have never been terrified to have a baby in my whole life. I need you to know that I have been arrogantly confident about having a baby my whole life until I got chronically ill. Once my body was in any way fragile, I was like, oh, yeah, yeetus the fetus. Absolutely not. Like, no, absolutely not. With peace and love. Here we are living in a world where we have conservatives saying birth control is killing your body, but you don't think there's any negative impacts about pushing a baby out of your fucking body. You know what I mean? Absolutely not, right? Chet says, how was your mother's births? Did she experience any complication with her 10 kids? No. The second baby was a C-section, but otherwise all the babies were not. She also did 10 babies, 2 with epidural, 8 without epidural. And I was present for the last baby's birth. My littlest brother, my sister and I were present for that birth. And they were relatively easy enough. My mom really likes being a mom. Like, I think my mom was built for it. I think she has a biological predisposition to like busting out babies. My sister-in-law has a baby and like within a week is back to like working and hanging out with the kids and being social. I'm like, what are you doing? Would you rest? She goes, I don't want to rest. And I think that's just like how she's built. The beginning of her pregnancy suck, right? Chet says, holy fuck, your mother's a superhero. I mean, she's not a superhero. She's literally an animal that's been evolved over millions of years, and her biological predisposition is just made for having babies. I'll be so fucking real with you. Like, I just think she was built for it. And I think some people aren't built for it. Like, and I think that's why it feels like, oh my God, my mom loved it. Don't give my mom credit for something she loved doing. She loves it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, she loves it so much, she wants every woman to have a baby. So I don't know. She had such a good experience. She thinks every woman has a good experience. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the problem, is when you have a good experience 10 times, you don't believe when people have a bad experience. Okay? So I think I'd give my mom more credit if she would give other women more credit about how hard it is for them to have a baby. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Actually, I do it usually right here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Let me go. Hun, would you bring that computer in for me?
I sat down with Kirk to talk about how he views his role in the community.
They needed to clean it up, step it up. And that's really what
Does he not give Mr. Borelli? Doesn't he give that guy, what's his name? Finkelstein? That looks like him.
I was brought on for, because they were just having trouble keeping all the conversations from deteriorating.
So what kind of stuff were you looking at when you took it on?
Well, you know, I think people conflate antinatalism with baby hate or violence and those things. And it's basically the opposite of all that.
What is the most troubling kind of thing you've had to take down?
Well, violence, people that don't understand the voluntary nature of it. So in other words, we should impose sterilization, or certain people deserve to reproduce is another problem. It's not a eugenics program.
You know what? Great question from Discord, a great statement. Sorry. This philosophy also seems overly human-centered, like human animals are the only ones that cause suffering. I was curious, do they believe in breeding animals? Or how do they feel about animal consumption? Do they eat meat? Are they only concerned with human suffering?
Existence is the problem. The solution is never existence. And I've had this state of mind since I was 4 years old. So 60 years.
That's very young. I mean,
there's a word for that. I don't remember what it is.
When I was 4, I don't think I could even.
It's called autism.
My mother was pregnant with number 3. And so then it seemed more obvious. And she didn't try and hide the fact. So then I thought, well, all this misery comes, but I just thought no one had a choice. I thought we were the unlucky winners of life. And everyone here was going to cooperate and try and do the best they could to get through it. And then when I just ask her, you know, does this just happen to you?
I want to say something. For Brittany personally, I will say no part of me, every part of me wanted to experience giving birth. When I was a little girl, my dream was to experience making a baby, because it's like profoundly cool. I never shied away from having a baby. I never was afraid of getting pregnant, having a baby in a car, or accidentally having the baby at a mall. Like, nothing about having a baby scared me. And it still doesn't. Not the pain, not the aspect, not shitting myself, not having my butt torn over. Like, none of that stuff ever scared me. What bothers me now is not, it sounds like it's the same thing, but it's not. The thing that bothers me now about giving birth to a baby is that it feels like how do I say this? It probably is related to the chronic health stuff. I don't think I could bounce back. I don't think I could recover in a way that wouldn't be worth it to me. And I also, of course, I want to raise a baby. So like a big part of it is like, yeah, I don't want to get pregnant because it's like, I know the misogynists are going to be like, it's because you're old. It's because I'm sick. Like, it's not because I'm old. Old people have babies all the time. It's because I'm sick. And because I am sick, you don't recover the same way. And it just seems like it seems like really irresponsible to have a baby. That, again, I'm not commenting for anybody else. I know sick people have babies all the time, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it to people because I know my personality makes it sound like I'm very strong. I need you to know this body is so fragile. And it can't handle walking up and down staircases. You think it's going to handle like babies? You know what I mean? So I think if my body was strong, I wouldn't be afraid to have a baby. but my vessel isn't good at this point enough to have a baby and help me feel confident. So it doesn't seem like it'd be worth it. But that's my thought. Like, which feels very different to me than the idea of pregnancy in general. Because like if you're healthy and you're both like your body is strong, then like you might have something happen, but you're bound you have a higher probability of being okay. I think at this point my probability would be like it'd be a risk. The risk wouldn't be worth it, if that makes sense. You know?
Do you just get pregnant? And she said, no, it's a decision your father and I made. And that was it. That's all I needed to know is like, you chose to put me at risk without my consent. And now I have to go through life and deal with all the stress and stress. And I had no needs or desires prior to my existence. So this is strictly because you wanted something.
And when I say things on stream, like, why are you making a baby? Like, why are you birthing a baby into existence where they have to pay taxes? That might translate to people like, oh, antinatalism. But I don't mean it literally. I'm just asking, do you know why you're doing it? Do you know why you are making a baby and saying like, hey, I'm going to bring you into the universe now? And no, most of us are evolved animals. All of us are evolved animals over time. And we're just fucking. People are horny, so they fuck, so a baby comes into the world. Nobody's thinking about it that hard. And the people that are thinking about it that hard are considered privileged and, you know, inconsiderate to some extent. Because even people who want a lot of babies, right? Like the people who want 10 kids, people are like, I can't believe you're doing this. There's always going to be judgment about parenting. But I do think overall, most people are not thinking very deeply about having babies. Most.
Did you have a happy childhood when you were 4 years old?
I think my parents tried to do what they could. I would say we were lower middle class. I did spend a lot of time on my grandfather's farm. Physical punishment was real. And even to the point, if you ever think of further back, that was the edge that I caught, was you had to go like pick your own switch. So there you've got a psychological dilemma because you've got to go grab one that's big enough to satisfy your father.
This is to hit you.
Right, for punishment. If you got one too small, well, then he would pick one. So he said, I need to pick one that's as small as I can get away with. So even there is sort of a psychological trauma. You're choosing your own punishment. It's like, do you want to be hung or shot? Right?
Damn. Chet says, I can imagine the scary part is the thought that changes you go through may be irreversible and also hinder your ability to be the best parent. Absolutely. Like ultimately, for me, being a parent and living up to that. So what my partner did, and what we did, was we made sort of a list of all the kinds of ways we would want to be parents. And we asked ourselves if we reached that standard of parenting, and we decided we didn't, nor would we decide to be invested to become those people. And that's it. That's ultimately like, okay. And then we high-fived and called it a day. Because for us, we both have our own comments about how we were raised. And we thought, okay, we want to make our child's life better, right? Because we want our child to have a better life than we did. Can we provide a life in which our child will have a better life than we did? To a specific standard, our standard, not your standard, not the world standard, our standard. And no. So we're not having kids, right? I think a lot of people are in denial about offering their kids a certain standard of living. And I just think that that's the part that annoys me about parents, is they think that the standard of living that's good enough is the fact that you exist. And I would say existing alone just isn't good enough. But for some people, they say it is. And for some individuals, they say it is. But I don't think that's true.
I suppose what I'm getting at is if you had a different childhood, whether you would have thought at 4 years old, maybe I haven't been burdened with consciousness.
No, because it wasn't just me. It was the whole concept of putting someone at risk for, not on their part, but for your own reason, and with no remedy. And that's how I see it. This is a rifle, you can hold it very well.
That's the rifle.
As well as being the sheriff of Facebook, Kirk is a keen shooter.
This is a leather. You can put it on the table in the middle room there.
Okay.
Over that way. This is my home defense gun.
That's your home defense gun.
And, there you are, right?
He offered to take me shooting and even changed into his authentic Western outfit.
I feel kind of underdressed now.
And the next thing I knew, I was loading up my rented pickup with guns.
I hope you don't mind me bringing it up, but when we spoke on Zoom before, you said that your parents really didn't understand your beliefs, and it had caused some distance between you.
Yes, of course. I mean, parents don't want to be wrong, and they don't want to feel like they're not appreciated for bringing you into this place. But
That's
they're
true.
fairly well entrenched, and I don't really try and change their mind. I mean, that's somewhat pointless.
Do you see them
Okay,
very often?
based. Like, that's based. He's like, I'm not going to try to change your mind. That's pointless. I agree. I don't try to change my parents' mind. I have a very strong stance of not trying to change my parents' mind. You know? I wish my mother would get the hint, stop trying to change my mind. It's rude. It's rude. There is a baseline of rudeness, but I think that's cool of him not to bother trying to change their mind.
No, it's been 15 years maybe.
So if your parents acknowledged that what they did was wrong, bringing you into the world, do you think that might bring you closer
That would
to
be
them again?
a big help to better conversation, of course. But if someone insists that what they did was right and they wouldn't change it, to me, forgiveness requires repentance of the action that's causing harm.
Yeah, that's interesting. And chat's right. All these antinatalists are fucking nerds. Bro, I'm telling you, the nerdum is so good. Philosophy people are nerds. Antinatalism is a form of philosophy. Like, philosophy people, we're all nerds, right? We're all nerds, right? That's why Hassan doesn't like philosophy, because like Hassan's not a real nerd. When the news outlets call Hassan a gamer, I roll my eyes so far into the back of my head, sometimes I give myself a stroke. Hassan is a gamer the way like cool boys in high school are gamers. You're not like a gamer like these nerd gamers. You're like a gamer like the cool boys are gamers, you know? Okay, I bet he watches anime like a cool boy watches anime, which is why he thinks Luffy's a freedom fighter. He's not watching it like a nerd, okay? I guarantee you, okay? His pretty privilege won't let him, okay? Now, I would say it would be really nice if parents could say, I'm sorry I brought you into the world. If I knew you wouldn't want to be here, maybe I would have made a different decision. And that's an emotional, validating statement. It's not really a realistic one, because you can't ask for your children's consent before having them. It's just a nice, emotional, validating statement. It's also okay for the parents to say, I wish I had a different kid, a kid who actually wanted to exist. That's also an okay statement to make.
That's just a fundamental definition to me. Otherwise, it doesn't really have any meaning. It's just a mental assent that they're going to mistreat you, and you've accepted that mistreatment. I don't really see how that's healthy at all. Pull the trigger gently and lower it. Gently
There's
lower
a live
it.
round in there, right?
Gently lower it.
Okay, but there is a live round in
Yes,
there?
lower it gently.
Okay.
Gently lower it.
There's something oddly sexual about cleaning the gun like this.
Is there for you?
I mean, they're pretty phallic things to begin with in their own
I
way.
guess.
So.
I just never think of it like that.
As we sat at the dining room table cleaning the guns, the conversation turned to depression.
You know, and I think depression is usually a result of a mismatch between your expectations and the reality of your situation. And that difference there is the depression. And I've experienced it, and a lot of people do. And I think maybe antinatalists are keen on that because they're compassionate, usually, or they wouldn't be driven to the understanding. And they're rational. And they see that the world really is not the way it could be, should be, or ever will be. So you live in a dysfunctional environment. And when you live in a dysfunctional environment, you put an animal in a cage, it's not the place it needs to be or should be.
Yeah, so antinatalists struggle from the same thing like nihilists do or anybody else does, is you haven't radically accepted that you're an evolved animal on a planet. You think you are greater or something more than that. The cage he's put himself in is one of his own making, but it's because of his lack of radical acceptance of the world being the way it is. A lot of people fall into this. I see a lot of progressives falling into this as well, because they fall into the political trap all the time of thinking they are defined by politics. Just because you suffer under political policy doesn't mean you are politics, right? And so I think like everyone runs into this problem until they really radically accept that like you are just a being on a planet. Have fun, figure it out, be kind, be wise, like deconstruct. There's so many options for the way to live, but you have to let go of this idea that you're special. You're not special. You're just a person, right? Chet says lack of acceptance is the biggest source of suffering. Yeah, it is, girl.
And you're stuck in a wage slave job. You have to sit in traffic. You're in a place that doesn't consider you anything more than just a cog. That's depressing as well, right? And when you realize that you needn't have gone through that.
Once you realize you are not only those things, life gets better. Yeah, you are those things until you're not. Get off the hamster wheel. Turn left. Get out of the rat race. Accept that you're a part of the species, and the species in some places are doing some things. But like, I agree with him. If you only look at your life through that lens, that's depressing. I've been there. Then I accepted that, like, it's not just that though. I exist outside of those things. And that's the thing. Once you realize you exist outside of those things, it's different. It doesn't mean you're not impacted by those things though. You are impacted, but that's not the same thing. Chaz says, are you eating pretzels? I am. And I'm waving them around like McGonagall. I'm a witch after all.
I think that can be depressing. So I think compassion is required. I think if you're not a compassionate person, I don't think antinatalism will make sense to you.
Have you ever felt suicidal?
I've seen there's times when I've felt like I really, really would have difficulty carrying on. Yeah, I would say yes, probably so. But I think that's not uncommon
Relatable.
for just the general population.
I agree.
I think people should have the right to take their lives. I've had people in my family.
I agree.
Not immediate family, but close. And whether it was chronic.
I think people should have the right to die with dignity. But if they don't want to die and life is hard, we should find a way to make life easy enough for them that death isn't the only option.
Pain that couldn't be relieved, or just a really difficult situation. You didn't ask for this life, but you should be able at least to leave. But the problem is it doesn't always work. You might end up in a worse situation than you're in. You have to consider the people around you. How does it affect them?
Have you guys seen the suicide attempts that have gone wrong? That stops a lot of people from committing suicide, not because they don't want to, but because you could end up in a worse medical situation. That's why I think it should have government intervention, and we should have conversation. If you have the right to live how you want, you should have the right to die how you want, just with dignity.
Once you're alive, once you exist, then you have all these other considerations. And the key thing about antinatalism, I want to make so clear, is it's prevention. It prevents all these moral issues. It's that simple. Once you have that, whether it's abortion or sending grandma off on a raft in the...
It's too fear-based. This is so fear-based. I love it though. I think they're all really reasonable, but I think it's too fear-based for me. But so are pro-lifers, are God people who are like, aren't you afraid that if you don't believe in God, he'll send you to hell when you die? No. Aren't you afraid your kid will suffer? No. I am rightfully concerned my kid will suffer. The question is, am I good enough of a parent to teach them to suffer wisely? The question isn't, will your child suffer? The question is when, and when they do I give them the tools? Do I know how to give them the tools to suffer wisely?
ICC, those are all difficult decisions to make. You don't have to make any of those if you're just not here. So the prevention is the key. You can live the life you want, as long as you want, how you want, but just stop. Stop making it more. That's it. It's really just that simple. People make it so complicated, and they also don't want to bring their minds to it. That's what I don't understand.
Mom, I'm at the bus station in Hollywood, and this gentleman says he can make me a star. And
oh my God, stop. Chad says, do you think there has to be a reason, or just a simple, I don't want to be here? I don't think the government legally has any right to tell a person to have a baby or not have a baby, or to live or die, or any of those things. If you mean morally and ethically, do I think you should serve your joy first and foremost? Yes. I think joyful people can choose to die, but I think if you're choosing to die when you're not joyful, I would caution you away from that, but not in a legal sense, just in a wisdom sense, but not in a legal sense. In a legal sense, you got to do whatever you're going to do, even if it's unwise. But in a philosophical, joyful sense, like, I hope that you make all your decisions in joy, even though I know that's not possible because all of us you have to go on the journey of finding joy, right?
if you could just wire me $250. Hello? Mom? Mom.
Bro.
Hey, welcome.
I was in Arizona. I had traveled 800 miles west from San Antonio to a small town of 5,000 people called Bisbee, near the Mexican border, to meet the comedian Doug Stanhope and his wife, the writer Amy Bingo Bingaman.
Who are these?
That's us.
That's you?
Oh, yeah. He gets me a wig, he takes the Bible, and we go for it. We sprayed his face to look oily.
I wanted to chat with Doug because of a rich vein of antinatalism running through his material.
The best thing I've done with my life is the abortion that I had. Quitting school and having an abortion are the two things I look back and go, oh, you're fucking good work, Stanhope. And I say it's my abortion, but it was my wife at the time. She had the abortion and I paid for it. It's not the kind of thing you try to go Dutch on.
Yeah.
No.
And there was no part of either of you that wanted to keep it?
No, that was the only thing we never...
Remember when BoJack Horseman went Dutch on an abortion? We covered that last video. Members, I just posted that video. You guys can go watch it. BoJack went 50-50 on an abortion, and that's funny to me.
Fought over Before and after we broke up, we fought about pretty much everything, but that we could always cheers.
Why?
Because we'd have to be fucking dealing with a kid right now, still. I mean, yeah, that kid would be, probably, if it was in college, I'd have to pay for that. If he was a drug addict, I'd feel responsible. Whatever he did, it's my fault. And I've always thought that about my parents. How does anyone have the hubris to just have a child? I don't understand the 18-year-old cutoff. But no, you created me without my consent. You should technically be responsible for me forever, and plan ahead for if you were to die. Well, what am I going to do? Work?
Doug and Bingo had an unusual start to their relationship. They met shortly after she'd been.
I do think the 18-year-old cutoff is hilarious. Like, my parents are my parents, no matter how old I am. Right? Like, that's what you signed up for. Parents who are like, I had you, you're 18, bye. You're not parents. You're just like birthers or something. You're like weird. But that's pretty funny.
Released from a psychiatric hospital, which informed her decision not to have kids.
Well, I knew early, but when I got diagnosed for the first time, it was like, that's actually wrong for me to bring a child into this world. I can't guarantee all the time that I can take care of myself. I can't guarantee that I won't be locked up in an institution again or several times. So that's just not fair. Or
okay, that's like she's taking responsibility. I think that's probably a good reason.
Right.
What was that initial diagnosis that you got that first time?
Schizoaffective bipolar.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
and
hard.
do you think meeting Doug helped? That wasn't meant to be a dig at you. I just meant in the sense of...
No.
It's just a really clumsy phrasing in a very comedy beneficial way.
Yeah. Truth be told, 1,000,000% yes. Yes.
Gay, they're in love.
Get on that
here's
side. Get
our
on that
kids.
side. Get on Henry's side. And you know why we had those dogs? Because those dogs' parents fucked without their permission, like animals. That's what animals do. They just breed more animals.
We are animals.
And that's what you do.
Yeah, we are animals.
Bury your animals and then just leave a clean slate.
We were taking a break for a tour, and I asked if Doug would mind talking about his mother's experience at the end of her life. Although antinatalism is unlikely to catch on, it crosses over with other more widely discussed topics, including the right to die.
Right there, right where your cameraman is standing. Your cameraman is standing on my mother's grave. How dare you, right about here. And Bingo was laying right here on a couch. Do you know this story? My mother was, she was 63 at that point, and she was just medically just a problem. She had stents in her heart, she had COPD, she was barely breathed, she was hospice care, a million other, crushed discs, bad back, just a million issues. But it was the COPD that was killing her, and she'd always made it a point throughout our lives to let us know she would never be the person that's going to die with a lot of tubes coming in and out of her. She would point out morbidly obese people in the supermarket. Orthopedic was the code word. She goes, there's an orthopedic, line 4. And she goes, if I ever get that bad, kill me. And she did get that bad, so we did.
Even though it wasn't legal.
Zoom out with me. There is a part of their sense of humor that I think is very funny. And honestly, slightly charming. Could I be around it all the time? Absolutely not. Just absolutely not. They got assisted medical care, guys. They got you can take people off life support. You can help people die. They didn't murder her. Okay, they're making a joke, right? Yeah. The humor is funny, I think I appreciate that humor.
Doug sought out a doctor who could outline what his mother needed to end her life. He had to wait until the statute of limitations had passed before he could talk about it.
I need some black...
Oh, so they kind of did help her die. Look, I think it's wrong to not have access to give people the right to die. And I always tell my family members, don't go to prison, but if you can help me die, that'd be great. Don't go to prison for it, but if you can help me die, that'd be great. And that sucks. That sucks that we have to put our family members in that position to face prison time for giving us our last dying wish. That's a problem with the system, in my opinion. That is a problem with the system.
Market advice on, she wants to kill herself. She has hospice care, and that's what the doctor said. If she get hospice, then she should have morphine. Ma, do you have morphine? Yes. And he spelled out the amount that she needed to kill, or any human being would need to die. And yes, right in that room right there. I bar backed while she slowly took pills and watched Bad Santa and tried to make a party of it.
Amen. I think that's fucking beautiful. I do. I think a big part of that sounds like chosen death to me. That sounds like, hey, I'm ready, bro. Let's go. I'm surrounded by loved ones. I want to go. It doesn't hurt. Take me out. And fuck anybody that wants to keep that person alive just because they feel bad about ending their life. I'm here for it.
It was becoming clear that antinatalism intersects with issues many of us will have to confront sooner or later. We may have been brought into the world without a choice, but perhaps we should have the right to leave on our own terms. This wasn't the only wider issue, though. It also crosses over with environmentalism and reproductive rights, two issues which are very important to Les Knight, a key figure in the voluntary human extinction movement.
Okay, different bubble.
Although Les has been campaigning for decades, he'd recently been the focus of a New York Times article, which drew the attention of Elon Musk.
And he was quoted on the front page of the New York Times as saying, there are 8 billion people in the world, but it would be better if there were none. And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
I traveled north from the desert to Portland, Oregon to meet with Les.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Les was gracious enough to let us stay in his home.
Would you like to see your accommodation?
I would absolutely love to.
I was a little nervous sleeping in the home of a man who wants us to go extinct.
It's actually pretty comfortable.
I just think it's like a little dramatic. I don't think it's that big of, is that really that big of a deal? I think I'm in too many philosophy bubbles. Talking about the human species like going extinct is so fucking basic. Like, I'm gonna go to sleep. Yes, yes, all humans should die. Next. Like, that's so fucking basic. In philosophy bubbles, like, of course. In the same way that in philosophy bubbles, we talk about why we should preserve human life. Here's RFK Jr. on stand talking about how autistic people will never be participants in society because they're not taxpayers. You guys think there's not gonna be another side of it? You know what I mean? Why do people act like it's the biggest deal in the world that people are like, yeah, maybe like the world would be better without people. I'm like, that's a great point. Maybe the world would be better without people. Why do we think the world is for people? That's a great question. Why do we think the world is for us? Because a lot of religious people think God put them here and that he gave us this gift of life and that he made us in his image and that this earth is ours. I've been exploring the Christian bubble because of the podcast I have coming up this week. It's about Peterson and something I've learned recently that I didn't put together. I was wondering, why are Christians so violent? Why are Muslims and all these people, all these men so focused on violence? It's because their scripture talks about the enemies of God. You know how I say on this channel, don't have enemies? There are no enemies. Very Eastern philosophy. Western philosophy, patriarchal philosophy, Abrahamic philosophy, enemies of God, enemies of our cities, enemies of our children, enemies. Go and kill, the Old Testament God said, go and kill the children of your enemies so that they don't procreate. Whoa. No fucking wonder y'all are so obsessed with procreating your own lineage. No wonder everyone gets so racist in those bubbles, because everyone thinks they have the right bloodline or the right God or the right way to do it. It is kind of interesting, right? So of course, if one side of thought, right, is going to be about like have as many babies as possible, an army for God, then the other side of it will be like, why do we keep having so many babies? Right?
Yeah.
But having survived the night, we sat down in the garden the next morning.
Oh, vibes.
Les began by discussing the importance of reproductive rights.
It's like, do you think that every couple who doesn't want to procreate should have the wherewithal to not procreate? And they're going, well, duh, of course. Like, well, they don't. Hundreds of millions do not have the wherewithal to not procreate. In fact, full reproductive freedom doesn't exist anywhere. Right now, there are 121 million unintended conceptions per year.
Wow.
But if 30 years ago, 50 years ago, all women on the planet had the reproductive freedom, had full choice of whether or not they procreated, I don't think we would be overpopulated to the extent that we are.
I agree with him. I think if women, that's why men are so afraid to give us agency over our bodies and they want to take it away from us. That's why men are so threatened by our agency, ladies, because they know we hold it in our wombs, or whoever's a womb holder holds it in their wombs. They're afraid of womb holders because they know we're not having babies and they blame us for it. This man kind of a feminist. This might be one of them white feminists.
Today.
For Les, the issue of reproductive rights is inseparable from the broader issue of climate change and our warming planet.
In fact, that's one of the main reasons that we need to have universal reproductive freedom. Everybody not born everywhere, but especially in those areas that are going to be hit the hardest, will die. They won't have to experience those horrible conditions.
It's the same reason people talk about overpopulation. They're like, Brittany, we have to have babies. Because it is true that if we don't have enough babies, it's not simply that there won't be enough people to exist to work things. It will be that our quality of life will go down, right? Like our quality of life will diminish if we do not prepare ourselves for the birth decline, because we don't have enough people to do things. The question is, why did we build a world? Why can't we, if we built a world that harbored 8 billion people, why can't we build a world that harbors far less? Right? And it's hard because right now we're working on this idea that more people will have babies, but now we should start preparing for a world where people have less babies. And that's why they want to take it away from us, by the way. They really do want to take it away from us because they only see us as people who make babies for their systems. They only value our children for their labor. And these people, they might be kind of extreme, but at least they don't look at us like cattle machines. At least we're not chattel to them. At least we're not just like an animal to have a baby. So honestly, fucking give me this group of people over the group of patriarchal misogynists who are, i.e. religious. You ought to have a baby. You know what I mean? Chad says, looking into how these religions developed as a result of their relationships to the environment, they are based on geography and how they shape their view of God's personality and is my special interest. Are you talking about like, you're talking about like religions around the world and like how they came to conclusions about birth? Is that what you're saying? Or did I miss the context of that statement? Because that makes sense though, right? It would be geography based. Like everything has to be, it would make so much sense because even watching Crash Course, we learned about that, how like religions and relationships to God and nature and philosophy, it's also specifically like region based, right? You said like the difference between Abrahamic religions and Eastern religions and South American religions. Okay, yeah, definitely.
And die in it. Also, the people who are already in existence will have a better chance of surviving if there aren't more of them. Like if a couple has 2 offspring to care for and migrate with, that's be a lot easier than having 6.
It's such a difficult idea for people to get on board with. And you recently drew the ire of Elon Musk, is that right?
Yeah. He said if you start thinking that humans are bad, it's natural to...
Elon literally walks around saying his daughter is dead. I don't want to hear Elon talk about anything. He doesn't value human life. He values his own genetics. He's disgusting.
Conclude that we should die out. Yes, you got it. It's not that we're bad for the biosphere. We don't mean to be bad most of the time.
Yeah, we're pretty bad for the planet. We are actually fucking horrible as a species. But I don't think it should be forced. I think it should be encouraged that we don't necessarily need to make babies, but I also don't think it's wrong to make babies. But human beings as an animal species, like, we're so destructive, but it doesn't mean we're bad. It just means like we're animals.
We're just incompatible with other life on the planet.
Do you think that you need to be an environmentalist to...
Oh, he saved him.
I don't know if I got him.
What was that?
Mosquito.
Oh.
About to actually...
Do vegans kill mosquitoes?
Maybe Les is right. We are incompatible with other life on the planet.
I hope we got that on camera.
What happened? Oh.
I had traveled down to Canyon City, Colorado, where a Halloween decoration was making me question my mortality. And from there, things would only get more morbid.
Like, do we need mosquitoes on the planet or can we eradicate them? Why aren't we eradicating mosquitoes? Because they are the #1 killer. Like, they are literally the #1 thing that kills the most people. So, like, do we need them for the environment or can we eradicate them? We do need them? Fuck. Chat says we need them. Oh, they're so annoying, but okay, if we need them, they can stay.
I'd been introduced to a filmmaker and illustrator who created a coloring book called The ABCs of Antinatalism.
Chet says they're essential food sources and we need them, unfortunately. Okay, fine.
He goes by the name Life Sucks on YouTube, and I wanted to understand how he was deploying creativity to spread the message. His real name is Matt.
Hey, Matt. Nice to meet you. How you doing? Good.
For someone who goes by the name Life Sucks, I was somewhat surprised by the choice of poster in Matt's...
This is autism. This is also autism. This is what autism looks like in men. This is what autism is in men.
Office.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, he's a hero of mine. So I have a couple posters of him around the house. Yeah, I should have it on the wall, but...
Did you watch the Tom Hanks?
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
We sat down to look at Matt's book. Given some of the ideas in it, I wasn't sure exactly who it was intended for.
I mean, a colouring in book. Is this tongue-in-cheek, or is it really? Have you given this to any kids to actually look at?
No, it's not.
It's quite dark.
It's not really meant for kids 3 to 5 or anything like that. But I would say teenage kids could definitely get some use out of it.
So he's got a shirt that says animal rights, and then he's got a collection of superheroes and loves Mr. Rogers and is a content creator. Very interesting.
One stands out to you, which are you proudest of?
You know, I really like the E for Euphilism because that was fun to draw because it's got a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a great white shark. And I wanted to feature that side of the philosophy. It doesn't get featured in published works very much, if at all.
That literally looks like the Catholic coloring books I'd have as a kid.
Do you want to read that?
Sure.
Actually,
yeah, absolutely. Euphilism, which is life spelled backwards, Ethel, is an antinatalist ethical framework devised by the American philosopher in Mendham. And basically, the difference between this and mainstream antinatalism is that it's anti-life, anti-all life, anti-animal life.
But you have animal rights on your shirt. Interesting bubble.
Plant life is not sentience, that doesn't matter as much. But whereas antinatalism is, a lot of people just consider it anti-birth, anti-human birth philosophy. And that's why he wanted to separate the philosophy from mainstream antinatalism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of anti-all life.
Oh, so maybe he doesn't subscribe to the belief.
I mean, how do you square that with having this adorable dog sitting there with you?
Well, he's adopted. So I had nothing to do with him coming into existence. He was living on the streets, getting scraps, wherever he could, trying to survive like we all are. And I took him into my home just to let him live out his life comfortably.
It's kind of like anti-breeding. Like we don't believe in breeding dogs. Like my partner and I aren't interested in adopting a breed dog. But like Nimbus was from a breeder. Like my brother's husky. And Nimbus is the whole best. It's just the bestest in the world. But I'm not going to tell my brother not to get a dog from a breeder. Like that's not his belief system, but it is mine. Like it's actually one my parents had. My parents always told us to adopt from a shelter. My brother actually wasn't raised. But see, my brother is like the one who has the husky. He's very like He's kind of a husky, he's like pretty. He's got a good job. There's something about him that like somehow it makes sense that he'd get a husky. Do you know what? I don't know how to explain it, but like it makes sense that Indiana came from a shelter for me. Cause like, or it makes sense. Like everyone has different beliefs, but yeah, he's the only sibling who ever went to a breeder. And again, I don't recommend it, but I also am not going to like not love Nimbus cause he came from a breeder,
Yeah, so we should give comfort to animals that are already here. And he's sterilized, so he can never reproduce.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to pick you up on a phrase.
Given Matt's artistic talent, we sat outside.
What do you guys think about regulating people's pets? Like what do you guys think about irresponsible pet havers? Do you think they should sterilize the pets? Like, when you adopt a pet in a lot of states, they come sterilized. Like Indiana came sterilized. She had just had a litter of kittens, but she came sterilized, which I'd prefer, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think like animals from shelter should come sterilized. But then what do you guys think about that in terms of like, consent or anything else? How does that relate into anything we do? But I don't know.
Whilst he sketched a portrait of me in his unique style.
Oh, okay,
so you're now
artist.
living in this idyllic part of Colorado, but you were in Michigan for a long time. Why did you make the move down here?
Big part of it was because my parents died and my brother. So there's a lot of memories back in Michigan, and I just wanted to just start over. Yeah.
He looks like Hugh Jackman
my partner
a
at the
little bit.
time wanted to move as well.
What did your parents think about your beliefs before you lost them?
They didn't understand them, especially the vegan thing, but my dad did say on his deathbed that he understood. He said, I get it now, it's inhumane.
Wow.
And it's just interesting how when people are finally have nothing to lose at all, they can come to the truth.
But did you have a good relationship with them?
I did, yeah. I love my parents. I was really close to them, and I'm really lucky that I had such stable people, and anyone who knew them misses them.
Aww.
Because I think a lot of people would assume that antinatalists would resent their parents in some way, but it doesn't sound like you do.
Oh, I do. I didn't deserve to be in this shitty-ass world, and yeah, they wronged me by bringing me here, and then they left me. They abandoned me. That's something that a lot of parents don't seem to think about is they're just going to abandon their kids. They're going to leave them, and they think, oh, I'm going to give them the skills to survive. But you never really get over the death of your parents, I don't think. So.
First of all, why are we talking about declawing in the chat? Declawing is torturing animals. You cut off the toes of the kitty cats to declaw them. Do not declaw your animals. It's literally torture. How would you like if I cut off the tips of your fingers? Okay, Chet says, Brittany, do you prefer the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven? I don't know about the word prefer, but I love it. Also, yeah, it's just not a vibe for me. Like, I think doing anything out of fear or negativity is just not the answer. And like these antinatalists just got like a lot of negativity. There's like a lot of negative reasoning. And I just feel like it's not a vibe for me. I'm very much like an optimist. Like the fact that I'm just like this biological creature on the planet is kind of beautiful. And the suffering that is inherent to our biological experience is so like sad, but amazing. There's like a bittersweetness to existence. But I've always liked bitter things.
If it's not too personal to ask, you said that your partner you moved down here with, you're not with them anymore?
We're separated.
You're separated.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that your beliefs played a part in why you're no longer together?
I think so. Well, she said it was hard to live with a pessimist.
Yeah, it is, bitch. You bring down the party, bitch. Girl, that's what it is. That's what it is. You're a negative Nancy, bitch. Get over it. Life's good. Eat some pie, eat some ass. You're too negative. It's not good for your skin. I don't like negativity in anybody, girl. Absolutely not.
Yeah. So yeah, it probably did. Mm-hmm.
No, girl, it's not your beliefs. It's your attitude. It's not your beliefs. It's your attitude. Be an antinatalist that's vibing. Be an antinatalist that's joyful. I don't know why being an antinatalist has to turn into you being a bitch.
There you are.
Wow.
Whoa, hey, that's pretty good though. Nice.
I'm not sure if that's one for Tinder, but
cool.
That's darker than I thought it was going to be.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's kind of a play off of the cover of my coloring book, where
with the skeleton inside the stomach.
Yeah, so because whenever you have life, you have death.
All these antinatalists want to die, but all of them feel like they own their houses. So we have to talk about it. How did you survive under capitalism? Why y'all look like you own homes? Did your parents leave them your home? Do you get to be an antinatalist who's bitching about existing and your parents still left you a house? Bitch, I don't want to hear it. All these people look like they own homes. And they have the audacity to sit here and be complaining? When did this documentary come out? 5 months ago. In this economy? For people that resent being born, y'all look like your parents left you a house.
Whenever you have life, you have death. Most antinatalists are keen to emphasize that the philosophy is about preventing new lives, not ending existing ones. And yet, they can be difficult subjects to separate.
Life is hard. It is. It's really hard to get it right. It's really hard to be it's not easy to be a human being.
True.
I was back in Chicago to catch up with Amanda. And as we were setting up, we found ourselves discussing depression.
You mentioned a minute ago that you'd lost a number of friends.
And I just want to say, I don't think everyone who's an antinatalist is there for mental health, just like I don't think everyone who's religious is there for mental health. I don't think everyone who doesn't want to have kids is there for mental health. I never want to assume that the reason somebody is doing something is always going to be mental health, because that implies that it's bad, that if you healed your mental health, you wouldn't do it. And I don't think that's correct. I think a lot of people who are mentally sound join lots of really interesting organizations and believe a lot of interesting things. But the same way as a woman, I don't want to be told like, oh, you'd want a baby if you had more money, or, oh, you'd want a baby if you weren't sad. Are you sad? Is that why you don't want a baby? It's like, okay, I've already deconstructed my why. And I've decided that's definitely not why I don't want a baby. Like, I've definitely deconstructed it. It's like, you're not allowed to change your mind, right? Or this, so I want to be careful about us assuming that they're depressed or sad or something. But I do agree that some of them definitely have some unresolved trauma. But I don't know if resolving that trauma would stop them from being an antinatalist, So there's that. Yeah. Discourse said, do you think humans defy or over glorify creation in and of itself? Do you think humans defy or over glorify creation? I think it's too general of a question for my brain. I guess it'd be subjective to the bubble. Am I reading it right? Am I understanding it right? DeFi. Oh, DeFi. Thank you. Do you think humans, wait, DeFi? Isn't that what I said? Is DeFi different than DeFi? Is that what I said? What did I say? DeFi. Are we saying words different in bubbles? DeFi. Isn't that the same word? Is that a different word? DeFi. Oh, DeFi. Thank you. Fuck me, bro. You can tell words I've never fucking apparently read in my life. DeFi, like make into a god. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. Okay. Yes, because lore implores us to think that we're special. So if life itself is special, it's actually a conundrum between pro-lifers and pro-choicers. Like, we think creation in existing is magical. And I think in woo language it is magical. Am I answering the question? But I think we run the risk of not understanding that it being magical doesn't mean it matters. Like, I think all life is precious and all life has meaning. All of it. Every single speck of existing life is beautiful and meaningful. Without judgment. All of it. Every single part of it. Every form of life you can think of, I think it's really meaningful and beautiful. Even a mosquito. But in a macro sense, that's true. But in a micro sense, we come face to face with that living thing, and then we have to make decisions about whether or not we're going to kill it. We just watched an antinatalist slap the fuck out of a mosquito earlier, right? So I think creation is attached to so much lore and understanding why we're here, and then we create story around that. So then we end up, again, pedestaling. We pedestal. This is why I've struggled to get people to understand 5 framework a little bit, because they think 5 framework is about magic or something, or they think that, like, when I say I'm a 5, that I'm like saying I'm like a deity or something. And I'm like, no, because we've been so ingrained to think that there must be a special reason we're here, that I think it makes all of life feel like this thing. But then here's my question for people who make their life like they think it's inherently special. Why are you doing nothing with your life then? And this is the one thing I've never understood by people who think like there's a God and life is meaningful and all of this stuff, you know, like you're special. Then why is your life lame? Why are you unhappy? I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. Like, I'm like, I don't get it. Now, I've heard from some people say that even though their life isn't meaningful now, it's the fact that they're alive to see it be meaningful later that is worth it to them. And that's interesting to me. And they always wonder, like, because I really want to make the best out of my life, but I think I'm able to do that because I don't think it's special. I think if I thought my life was special, then maybe I wouldn't try to make it more interesting, because I would think that it was good by default. I would be basic. You know, I don't know. Did I answer your question?
To suicide. Yeah. Do you mind expanding on that?
No. I mean, it's just unfortunately a big piece of kind of what this thing is, especially since the questions that antinatalism poses genuinely just leads to more questions about staying here. And I just think that that's a fact, and it's kind of an uncomfortable fact for a lot of antinatalists. But that is one of the reasons why I think there is such a big overlap between antinatalism, the right to die, pro-mortalism, and I have a lot of friends who have decided that they don't want to be here. They're in. There was a period of time I was basically losing one friend sort of every month.
Whoa.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's. I think it really is the toughest part of being in this community. Is, I love these people, and it's so these are such rare specimens of humanity, and they're so good. You know what I mean? And they're so talented, and they're so brilliant. And as somebody that believes in the right to die, I do. Like, I'm so happy that my friends are free, that they're no longer suffering. They might not have got to live their lives the way that they would have preferred, which is to not exist at all in the case of most of my friends, but they did get to live their deaths the way that they chose.
And so I can't in any way regret their decision, but it is difficult not to have that piece of you that just is selfish, because now you're alone. Now those people don't exist, and now your friends.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing where they resent the people who leave them. And so they resent existing at all. God, they're so negative, bro. Like, instead of being okay with death, instead of having a process, it's death. These people are afraid of death. They're afraid. Oh, they're afraid. Ick. I don't like that. Some of them, not all of them, but these ones are afraid. Yeah, like the artist was mad at his parents for leaving him. You're such a baby. Grow up. Oh, grow up. Like, there's some part of me that's like, grow the fuck up. Like, you gotta grow the fuck up. Please be an adult. Like, grow the fuck up. Only a child gets to sit there and pout that the world dies before them. Grow the fuck up. Okay? And at the same time, like, I understand they're having like a really genuine lived experience, which is valid, and I hope they make peace with it. But man, this is what I say. Like, you might be an adult, but you have no sense of responsibility. Where is your sense of responsibility? You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever. They are not community people, that's for sure. I don't know how you build a community like this, but you do you. What an interesting bubble. What an interesting moment. I really feel like I could have great conversations with them because you know what I mean? But girl, it's just, maybe I was raised to AFAB in a sense. I mean, they were raised AFAB, but like, life is too serious for you to be complaining this hard. Something like that. You know what I mean?
Friends are gone, and yeah, it's a difficult thing to contend with for sure.
I mean, I think you can hold two truths at once. Like, I am going to be devastated when my family dies, but I also accept that's a part of life. But even if my families choose to kill themselves, like, I'm not going to hold on to it. It is what it is. It's their life. The fact that she's holding on to it still is so interesting to me when you didn't even want to exist in the first place. It's because they haven't processed death, life, and attachment. These people are suffering, some of them are suffering from attachment and a lack of radical acceptance. That's it. Let it go. I don't understand. Like, if your whole idea is that like we should have existed in the first place, which is a vibe, then follow it through with your heart and say like, yeah, life is great. Like, it doesn't, you need to let go of the attachment of the fear of suffering and pain so people can like move on. Yeah, interesting.
I was on my way home, having spent 2 weeks in the company of antinatalists. And for all the nuances in those I'd spoken to, there was still one more side to all of this I hadn't explored. I was at Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park. I was there to film with Danny, who I'd observed at the very start outside King's Cross.
There's no reason for you to reproduce. There isn't, and there's no reason for you either. What?
Oh, this is so like Socratesian of them, all gathering around, yelling at each other, getting sweaty.
To talk with Danny because he represents an uncommon perspective within the antinatalist community.
Yes, so
You've got kids.
So what?
You've got kids, and you're saying that. Have you told daughter?
Who has kids?
Feel about your anti-procreation.
What's that got to do with anything?
Danny is one of a handful of parents who discovered antinatalism after having children.
Okay. How does she know how she's going to be as a mum? She ain't got no idea. Until you're a mum, my dear, you have got a fucking clue. Is that your mum?
I wondered whether Danny's abrasive approach was doing more harm than good for his message.
Hi. Hello. Hey, Danny. How you doing?
But his gentler side emerged when I arranged to meet him one-on-one at his home. His family didn't
No. Wait, chat said if only they knew how much the ancient elder gods sacrificed to ensure humanity's survival. Are you making a joke? What's the joke? Is it a joke that we sacrifice humans to gods, or is the joke that the gods aren't real? Because either way, I laughed, but I don't even know why I laughed. Like in my head, I was like, haha. And I was like, wait, I don't think I get the joke, but I want to know what the joke is. If only they knew how much the ancient elder gods sacrificed to ensure human survival. Why is that so funny to me? But I don't get the joke. But I laughed. I need you to know that I laughed.
Want to take part.
You are unique to the people I've spoken to so far in that you do have kids. You have 3 kids, is that right? How can I ask how old they are?
Sure, 26, 24, and 17.
So what did having children mean to you before you
How old?
and that you do have kids?
You have 3 kids, is that right? How can I ask how old they are?
Sure, 26, 24, and 17.
So what did having children mean to you before you discovered antinatalism?
Honestly, if my parents became antinatalist, it'd be so interesting. Because they're pro-lifers right now, like super pro-lifers, like pro-lifers at the expense of the mother. Like, you know, if the mother dies, it's like, what an amazing sacrifice she made for her kid, like pro-lifers. So if they became antinatalist, like, ooh, girl, that'd be kind of fun, honestly. I think more fun than the pro-lifers maybe. But maybe it'd also be annoying after a while.
So I'm just going to think about that for a moment.
Wow, chat says that was a D&D level joke. Brait, you wouldn't understand. FOMO. Oh, he's really thinking. I love that.
I mean, I didn't really think about it much. It was just something that I was brought up as something that I would do, just like having a job, getting married. So it's just something that I did. I did not think about what meaning it had or not.
Wait, are you guys getting anger from him? I'm not getting anger at all. You said he does feel so angry. This one? Or another one? This guy? I'm not reading anger at all. I'm reading anguish. Like Jordan Peterson anguish, which is not the same. Jordan Peterson has anger, but it's mostly anguish. Like, yeah, he sounds tired. He sounds really exhausted. You know?
One of the more common questions Danny gets is if he wishes he hadn't had children. But as you'd imagine, the answer isn't quite as simple as that.
You know, I regularly count my blessings, sometimes in writing. You know, I've listed the things that I appreciate. And I think it's far more useful and productive to do that than to start wishing that things in my life were different in the past that I can't change. So I just don't think like that. But I think it would have been better had I never been born, and it would have been better had they never been born. For many reasons, because if they'd never have been born, then they wouldn't have any problems. And if I'd never been born, I wouldn't have any problems, and I wouldn't have caused anybody else any problems, which I have done over the years.
You know what? To be fair, the other side, you know how I say like all of us cause harm? We have to accept this. They're on the other side of not even being close to accepting it. So there's 2 schools of thought when I say something like you have to accept that all humans cause harm. Every baby will cause harm. They go, okay, well, I'll just cause the most harm possible if we're all going to cause harm. That's one thought. Okay. Then the other thought is, well, I don't want to cause any harm, so we shouldn't exist. And I just feel like my suggestion, you don't have to do this, is that you must accept what you are to be a better version of what you are. But until you accept what you are, you'll always be doing something for the wrong reason. A reason outside of that symbiotic joy you want to be having, right? So for me, that's how I think about this situation. And to be honest with you, I would much rather world be anti-natalist in a sense than what we have on the other side, which is I'm going to do as much harm as possible. Because I'm going to assume the anti-natalists probably harm reduce in their daily life much more than what we see now with all these horrible men, all these billionaires eating up the planet and taking up resources because they feel like, well, fuck, if we're going to cause harm, might as well take over, might as well be billionaires, might as well do it at everybody's expense. You know, at least I'd rather have this than that. But this doesn't become a billionaire. The other ones do. Because I do think that this philosophy is a version of harm reduction. It's not one I don't vibe with it, but I get it.
Do you ever worry that being so vocal about your beliefs in some ways is going to create this self-fulfilling prophecy where your kids are going to start looking for grievances or finding reasons to suffer in their own lives because they've heard you banging on about it so much?
Listen, I can't change who I am fundamentally, right? Personally, I don't want them to sit there in terrible depression and suffering. Of course I don't. And I try and do what I can to make sure they don't do that and make their lives enjoyable and make their lives, try and reduce any suffering that they do experience. And at the same time, I don't want them to be, I don't want them to be like living in cloud cuckoo land, because that could lead to them creating more problems, creating more people, creating more problems.
What do your kids think about it on the whole?
My oldest child is a daughter, she's 26, and then there's 2 boys. The boys are more into the idea, I think, but I think for her it's much harder because all her friends are, getting married and having children, and, so for her I think it's harder. We don't really talk about it very much anymore.
I mean, do you think that your daughter is going to have children at some point?
Who knows? I mean, it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility. Yeah, she definitely, she hasn't She hasn't said that that's not going to be the case. She's not an antinatalist herself. Yeah.
So
It's a little bit like the opposite of my parents, where it's like, you're not going to have a baby? How will you be happy? And he's like, you're going to have a baby? Then how will anything be good? And I'm just sitting here like, oh, these.
what would you do if your daughter brings home a baby from the hospital one day and you're a grandpa?
I mean, I don't know how I'll feel. It's difficult to know. But, you know, when I look at it now, I'd be devastated by it, really devastated I'd be devastated what she'd done to the child, and I'd be devastated about what it'd do to her, because, you know, I really do firmly think that makes perfect sense to me that if you want to take care of a child, we need to take care of our own little children that are inside ourselves that haven't been taken care of properly and have been traumatized by just by life itself, or by all sorts of horrible things that happen to people in life. So, you know, I don't think any of my children are in a position to take care of other children. They need to take care of themselves and their own journey. So if she did that, yeah, I would be really, really upset. I don't know what I would do, but my initial feeling would be I don't really want to have anything to do with it. I don't have anything to do with it.
Nah. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I agree in a sense that I do believe if people actually took care of themselves and got therapy, less of us would probably be parents. And I do think he's probably right that his kids are not ready to be parents. But for him to not be an active or participating grandfather is just shit behavior. Like, how is that harm reduction? So is antinatalist not thinking about harm reduction? Like, how is that not helpful? But maybe it's like homophobia. Maybe he's like the homophobic parents that are like, I can't be involved in my grandparents or my grandkids' lives if their mothers, if you marry a woman. You know what I mean? Is it like homophobia, but for babies? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, or if you marry, like, is it like interracial marriage, but like babies? You know, I think it might be similar. Because where does this bigotry and prejudice come from? Like, this is fucked up. Yeah, this is fucked up. This is, more than the trauma, it's the introspection about the idea of the belief system. Where's the philosophical line between harm reduction and harm acceleration? Like, does he think what his daughter is doing is unethical, so he can't participate in her bad decisions, but then you're going to leave the baby abandoned? Like, that doesn't make sense. Baby phobia. Is this baby phobia? This is so weird. I mean, at least he's honest, I guess.
I had reached the end of my time immersing myself in the world of antinatalism. It's tempting to categorize the belief as a symptom of depression or trauma, and yet that also feels reductive. On the one hand, it's a cynical belief, marked by defeatism.
What antinatalism is about is trying to wake people up from what's basically...
Chet said, why is he focusing on his daughter, not his sons? The sons are more on the antinatalist bandwagon than the daughter.
propaganda we've been fed for our whole lives that life is good.
No. Chet says, why does he stay alive if he doesn't think life is worth living? Because antinatalism isn't about dying. But the question could be, why does this individual choose to continue living if living is so horrible, right? And that's a good question, but antinatalism doesn't require killing things that are already alive. So the question is, but then they shared that a lot of antinatalists do kill themselves. So it's up to the individual antinatalist. But he already said why he stays alive. He wants to heal his inner trauma. He wants to heal his inner child. That's a good reason to stay alive. So I think that's why he doesn't kill himself, right? Chaz says, are they lying to themselves? I mean, no more than anybody else with a belief system. No more than anybody else. I don't think these people are unique. I don't think they are any different than anybody else who believes in a God or believes they have the objective or thinks they know what the answer is or wants to make a prescription. All people who make prescriptions sound like this to me. Because they have the audacity and the ego to think they know what to tell people. Like they know the answer for everybody. This isn't just an opinion he has for some people, it's an opinion he has for everybody.
And on the other, a case of compassion and empathy for the unborn, pushed to its very limits.
I don't want to wake the dead. Having children is like waking the dead, okay? And so I can only get myself to live a better day each day, not to force somebody else to go through the same cycle of failures and successes for absolutely no reason. Like, putting that on somebody else is just, I can't think of anything more cruel.
Whilst it can be an isolating ideology,
Yeah, I think better to be an anti-natalist than who doesn't have a baby than better to be a person who has 10 babies they don't care about. For sure. Like, in terms of harm reduction, I'd rather you have no babies than to have babies you don't care about.
with heavy costs to personal relationships, the duty to spread the word also creates a paradoxical sense of purpose for many antinatalists. They may be shouting into the wind, but in doing so have forged bonds and fostered a community online, in their pursuit of a world free of suffering and free of people.
Great video, honestly. I'm going to link his channel. He did a really great job. He has like 1,000 subscribers. And the video was 5 months ago, but the video has 89,000 views. So he really killed it with this documentary. I thought it was really good. Jack Boswell. Hello, Jack. Let's see. Does he have anything else going on? I Wish You Were Never Born trailer and the documentary, and that's it. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think that was really well done. I think I'm, yeah. Yeah, I really don't mind the fact that people are antinatalists in the sense that I don't mind that anybody's anything, but I would be curious if how much deconstruction they've done about their life. And also, I think it's interesting that all of them were white. Because, except for the guy from India. But that's, it's not exactly a white issue, right? Antinatalist is definitely a global phenomenon. The question is, like, where does it come from? It comes from anything. Well, everything comes from a school of thought, right? We shouldn't treat antinatalism any different than we would treat the idea that people believe there's a God in the sky. But believing a God in the sky doesn't make you certifiably insane. We know that. We just know that to be a fact. You don't have to be insane to believe in a God. It's all kind of crazy, but not really, because humans as an animal species, we created it. Like, it's a part of our biological experience to create lore around meaning. So if they deconstructed the story they're telling themselves, because it's always about the story you tell yourself, and they told themselves a different story, would they be antinatalists? Probably not, in the same way that we all tell, the story changes us. So if people told themselves a different story about Catholicism or Islam or something else, would it look different? Yeah, that's so interesting. I thought they were quite likable, even if they were quite unlikable. Does that kind of make sense? I think the least likable person was the artist. But even he had a likability to him, but I wouldn't want to, the negativity is too much. It's just not good for your skin, it's not good for you. And I think that's interesting when people haven't figured out that negativity isn't good for you. Like, negativity is really not good for you. It's really bad. And the fact that these grown-up adults are talking about saving kids from suffering, but they don't know how to end their own. Habibi, you're suffering unwisely right now. I'm glad you don't have kids, because you wouldn't know how to give them that tool. Not everybody, though. The comedians seem fine. The wife seemed fine. The woman, the AFAB person seemed fine. I think the artist and this dad was probably the ones who needed to figure out their suffering, which, I mean, to be fair, I think they were working on it in their own ways. Maybe not the artist, but the dad, Yeah. This girl said Black people have been fighting to be alive and humanized, and here are white people are wishing everyone was dead. Well, it's more like wishing we won't have kids, but I'm exaggerating for humor. Yeah, I mean, look, some people have thoughts about that too, like making babies in a racist world. Is it ethical or unethical? I guess it depends on the person. Individuals get to make a decision if they don't want to raise babies under racism or under white supremacy or under homophobia or in a transphobic world. Like, you get to decide if you don't want to raise a baby. But this goes back to the disability conversation we were having about people who said they don't want to have disabled children in this world. But they'd be willing to have a non-disabled baby in this world. And people are like, that's horrible. But they're just saying that a child who's not disabled has a better chance of figuring it out than a child who is disabled. And we just know this statistically. But it doesn't even matter if it doesn't matter when you have an antinatalist child. Regardless of the child's disability, if that child ends up antinatalist, they're still going to be mad at you. You cannot ask the consent of your baby to be born. And so you must accept as a parent that they might be resentful that they exist. Being a parent means accepting that your child might resent you, that your child might grow up to be a horrible person, that they might make decisions you don't agree with, that they might be a version of a child that you don't feel connected to. I don't think most people are good parents. I think most people are good enough, which is not the same thing. Because, everything's good enough. Capitalism is good enough. It's not saying much. I don't recommend settling for good enough. But I recommend giving yourself a second because you're doing good enough. Does that kind of make sense? You're doing good enough. But I hope you don't stop at good enough. Because eventually it's not going to be good enough anymore. If you stay in good enough too long, it's not good enough anymore. So you just have to be considerate, Discord said, back when I was on the Sam Harris train, I read a book he recommended called, David Benatar's The Human Predicament. I think I've heard of that, which is sort of about antinatalism. He himself being an antinatalist. He used a thought experiment to prove his argument. Quote, if you could experience 1 hour of perfect joy, bliss, and pleasure, but after you have to experience 1 hour of the absolute depths of pain and suffering and despair, would you do it? And I found that most people say now and concludes that because suffering is worse than pleasure is good, once we are alive, we are stuck, because death is worse than living. It was interesting, and I brought it into, hold on, let me reread that. If you could experience 1 hour of perfect joy, bliss, and pleasure, but after you have to experience 1 hour of the absolute depths of pain and suffering and despair, would you do it? That's just called doing drugs, And found that most people say no, and concludes that because suffering is worse than pleasure is good, once we are alive, we are stuck, because death is worse than living. Interesting. Why do they say no? Do they say no because they don't want to suffer? Because I would say no because I feel like the joy wouldn't be worth it. But is that the same thing? It's not worth it in terms of the suffering, but like, how joyful could it be? I'm doing pretty good right now. Does that mean like the state of life I'm in now, I would trade to have 1 hour of perfect bliss and joy? Because I have that like now. When I'm in my like most present being, when I'm like vibing the most with my life, I am fucking vibing. Do you know what I mean? Like, what could you offer me that's better than what I've produced? Because I am, not all the time, not every day, but like when I'm really in it, when I'm like really in the most present of my life, girls, it's better than drugs. Okay? But like, what could you offer me with this magical wish? I don't know. Would it be worth it? Would it even be real? That's the question. Would it even be real? Or would it be created out of the myth of this perfect joy? I just want to experience real life. I want to experience the most reality, the realest of the real. I think my Brittany's deepest desire is just to be the most grounded and to experience the most life. And that doesn't look like anybody else's picture of it. It just looks like what makes sense for my joy, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of us in America, at least, are trained to experience X amount of pain for X amount of reward. So maybe that's that one way of looking at it. But I guess this is joy first, suffering second, versus suffering first, joy second. Interesting. I think a lot of problems with philosophy is things sound really good, but then you have to like put it into practice. And I want to know what it looks like when you put things into practice, right? Chet says that thought experiment almost sounds deeper than it is based on his conclusions. Maybe. Chet says not a good analogy. You'd either choose pleasure plus pain or to not exist at all. Yeah, I'm not afraid of never having existed. I think some people are worried about that. Like if I asked some people, would you prefer to have never had existed? They probably would have said, I would have preferred to exist than never to exist. But if I never existed, I wouldn't have known. So then that plays a role. I think I'm indifferent either way. Had I not existed, I'm good. If I could go back and change it, I don't know. That's hard. See, that's hard for me. Like if somebody said, if you could go back and not be born, would you do that? No. Because like, I really like my life. I really like my partnership. I really like my friends. I really like my life. But there might come a time in my life when I'm ready to die, which is also different. Wanting to end your life is different than wanting to go back and never have had it. I wonder for the antinatalists that killed themselves, was that a wish to have never been born, or was that a completion of life? Because I feel like chosen death is a completion of life. Like we're ready to die. Like I did it. Like in some capacity, within limitations. Like the son who helped his mom die. She partially was sick, which forced her hand a little faster. But I think ultimately she chose to die, which is great. It's for good reasons. It's within reason. It's something she wanted before she was sick. I think that I tell you guys all the time why I'm so vocal about my wishes, because when illness comes quickly, they can't give you assisted death if you are already sick, with some illnesses, because they have to make sure you consent. And so a part of me is hoping my partner can use this as evidence of my consent. Because I really, really, really consent to dying at a certain point. If I'm not there, if I'm not coherent, if I can never come back, like I'm ready. It's okay. I'm good. Let me go. Let me go peacefully. Let me go, with whoever wants to be there, but let me go. I don't need to exist in my body just like so people don't feel bad. Like, don't feel bad. Let me go. It probably also helps that I'm not afraid to die. Now, let me be really, really, really grounded with you. When I look at my partner, when I look at my sister, when I look at my bestie, when I look at the people around me, and we really are in the moment, like in the most present, and I recognize like I'm not going to know them one day, that they won't be here anymore, it can feel really overwhelming. Like, wow, like this is so special. This is so deeply special. And yet, the moment we're whipped out of that, I can't talk to you because you voted for Trump, and I can't talk to you because you voted for this person, and I can't talk to you because you're trans, and because you're gay, and because... We are both things. We are people living in the most... like looking at a person and being the most intimately connected, and then not talking the next day because of, I don't like the way you talk about that. I don't like your politics. I don't like the way you think. Damn. How, like two truths exist at once. Like, I will never be able to replace the consciousness of the people that I love. And yet I don't talk to everybody I love. Because, things get in the way. Life gets in the way. Isn't that interesting? I think it's why we can value human life while also promoting a genocide. Not us, of course. But you can say you're pro-life and still feel like a genocide is okay. Chess says, with your partner stream your chosen death so we can join. Just kidding. Okay, joking. You listen to this. Listen, I really do think about you guys constantly. Like, what's going to happen if I die early? What if I go to have surgery and I die, bros? I know a person who knows a person who just, their relative just died getting a nose job, a regular ass rhinoplasty. Something went wrong with the anesthesiologist, and they died. And so you never know. But I was like, what if I die and I abandon my audience? I abandon my work. I'd be so sad. I'd be so sad. I'm going to really try not to abandon you guys, okay? Once, if I'm on the brink of death, I'll make sure to go live and be like, I'm dying. Human's gonna human. Philosophy to pop culture. # subscribe. Like the stream. Can you imagine I'm like dying and I'm like, subscribe. Let's get to 1 million subscribe. Ooh, dying. Okay. I'll make sure to die on stream for you guys. Just kidding. I can't guarantee that. My partner and I probably will be intimately with each other in a non-sexual way. That sounded sexual. Would that be weird to have sex before you're dying? I feel like that's not the vibe, you know? Last words, Harmordeus. Harmordeus! Watch anime! Luffy's not a freedom fighter. Hassan is wrong. Ethan! That'd be so funny. Fuck. That'd be great. Okay, we did it, girls. That's all I had planned for you today. I'll be back tomorrow to talk about other great things. I'm really glad we watched that documentary together. Great combo. Humans gonna hit. Exactly. Chat says, would a person get banned if they just died naturally on stream? That's a great question. I don't know. Would it matter since they're dead? You know, I don't know. Chat says, Brittany, you're such a wonderful person for caring about your audience in that deep way. I really think you have a good influence on people. I appreciate that. But I would just feel so bad. Like I would feel bad. I know you'd understand. But I'd be annoyed for you, I think. I'd be annoyed for myself that I didn't get a chance to say goodbye, or that I would feel so weirded out if a streamer I watched every day just didn't show up anymore. I'd be like, hello? You know, like, what's happening? Like, hello? I would feel, just as a audience member, like, devastated, right? Anyways. All right, girls, we did it. Let's listen to some Samantha Dragonati on our way out, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Answer the phone.
What's your favorite scary movie? You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.